Scene? Come on. Okay. Alright. Let me do a couple things real quick. Sorry about that. I just had to mute something real quick. Okay. Do. Okay, there we go. That's better. All right. All right. It has been a while since I last streamed, so I do apologize if I am a bit rusty. But we will be going over, as you can see, I have the Cinder's response right here. And a few days ago, which of course you very much know, that Cinder is officially back. She made a statement finally after 5 months, which I have already read some of the Google Doc, and it isn't. All right. Alrighty. Let's go ahead and start reading this, shall we? That's what I'm here for and here to do. Um, it is most likely I am not going to be able to do this entire thing tonight. I'm going to try to get as much done as I possibly can. All right. I'm going to even though I've read the beginning even though I've read a good chunk of this already, I'm going to go ahead and just read for context for you guys. It reads as such. Hi everyone, it's been over 5 months since everything happened. I've never been good with words and I'm especially bad at verbalizing my feelings. I've always hid my insecurities and it's hard for me to open up about things, even to the people closest to me. It was nearly 2 a.m. for me on April 26th when Nanolis and Bao posted their documents together. After I had finished streaming earlier, excuse me, after I had finished streaming earlier that night, I was awake for almost 48 hours by the time I posted my apology. Looking back at it, no, it wasn't good. I was not in a sound state of mind when it was written. I was blindsided by I was blindsided by any of this coming out and the accusations made against me. No one involved tried contacting me privately beforehand. I was unable to eat, sleep, or do anything else but watch more documents and statements be released while everything fell apart. I didn't have my friends, but I had the weight of the entire internet waiting to see what I was going to say and how I was going to say it wrong. I didn't have access to search for all the evidence any to defend myself with the growing list of allegations, and I didn't have time to put it all together cohesively. Anyways, I was petrified. How could I possibly respond correctly to a coordinated effort like this in the state I was in without just blindly accepting fault for all the things I didn't do or never knew happened? I rushed to get something out, defending myself the best I could in the heat of the moment, and posted just so I could rest. No matter what I would end up saying, it would never have been good enough. It took me a long time to mentally recover and have the ability to face any of this again. I couldn't look at anything Cinder related without breaking down. All my fans that looked up to me were led to believe I was evil and encouraged to destroy or donate my merch. Almost everyone I knew or cared about turned on me in an instant, and anyone who's ever had anything to say about me did. I had only one of my close friends message me after everything was out there. I received rape, dox, and death threats over these accusations. So I stepped away from the internet. I reconnected with Red and we worked things out between ourselves. When we were both ready to, he helped me with the long process of making this document. I didn't say almost anything else to anyone sooner, privately or publicly, because no one would believe me until I had absolutely everything put together to post it all at once in one place. All right, I'll be right back. Just give me a moment, and then I'll make some commentary. Axel, what are you doing? Stop it! Stop it! All right, I'm back. All right, this little summary here, it makes a lot of sense why it took her so long. Because honestly, it would make a lot of sense that with all of it suddenly coming down and, geez, it now makes a lot more sense why that apology was so terrible. At first, when I had first read her first apology, I didn't really think anything of it. I thought it was fine, but after looking back on it like a month after and seeing other people's opinions on it, I came to the similar conclusion that it was just terrible. It was not a good apology, and she knew, and Cinder knew that. But the important thing is she stepped away from the internet, and that was the right decision for her to do, because honestly, I can see things just going worse for her if she didn't. All right, here is to on to the next part. Now, like I said, I'm going to try to get through as much of this as humanly possible for me tonight. I don't know when I'm going to go to bed. I I had already eaten before I got here. I fixed some food and I had to get the a couple things ready. That's why I'm a little late with getting this started. Anyway, purpose of this document: to present the full story and the facts and evidence around what had happened with complete transparency, defend myself against what's been said about me, provide mine and Red's perspectives, motivations about each situation. It wasn't my choice to make this public, but since it is, my side of the story matters too. Which, that is one thing I had a massive problem when this whole went down months ago. I do not think Nanolith or anyone who had released any of this private information, all of it should have stayed private and worked things out individually. But no, people like Nanolith and Shy Lily had. You know what? I'll get to Shy Lily and Nanolith. I have words about them to take accountability for everything that each of us are guilty of in the past couple years, whether they were revealed in the original documents or not. This document will not absolve either of us of all wrongdoing, and it isn't trying to. Okay, good. She is taking accountability. That is what I wanted to see. Dispel rumors, misconceptions, and theories about me. Show how and why things actually occurred, and point out and refute discrepancies and lies in the claims or statements made against me. We've done things wrong, but the amount and degree of them has been incredibly exaggerated or completely made up. This document contains speculation. Baseless accusations were made against me without evidence, so I've kept speculation labeled as such in this document. Most of it is supported by circumstantial evidence, but it should not be treated as solid fact. Okay, good. I like the fact that she is basically. I like the fact that she's making sure that she is labeling everything accordingly. That'll make it a lot easier. This document is not to fuel harassment or spread hate towards anyone involved. I'm doing what's listed above and posting this document in the same public setting and original documents were. If you have harassed anyone involved in my defense, you are not my supporter. Your actions are reprehensible, and I've never advocated for anyone to do this for any reason. I am sorry to anyone who's been affected by any actions of rogue community members against my principles. Okay, she is covering her butt very well so far. And this is what I was really hoping to see, and I hope this whole document explains everything. All right. I have been made out to be a two faced, greedy, jealous, psychopathic narcissist who maliciously used, stalked, sabotaged, and betrayed those closest to me and anyone around me for my own gain for years, manipulated my way to the top like some kind of evil mastermind. Yeah, I remember when those accusations came out, and I'm glad I held my judgment because I can now actually see both sides of the story. You were lied to. There are things I've done wrong, but this image of me could not be further from reality. This was a complete public assassination of my character over what were lies and assumptions, followed by my cancellation and disappearance, with my accusers profiting from it. If I was really the awful person I was made out to be, then this document wouldn't exist. She has a point. I wouldn't have in any way to refute the claims made against me. I could have just continued streaming and profited from the drama. She is correct again. And the over 30 million views this situation garnered, I could have let everyone forget about this and come back like nothing ever happened. That is true. A lot of people thought that's what would happen, but never did. But it's not true, and I couldn't allow myself to move on without making things right. Everything that comes out and stories that followed have been blown way out of proportion and turned into crazy conspiracies. Both Red and I have done wrong, and all that will be addressed here. But the story everyone was told was not the reality of what happened. Every single person I've ever interacted with in the past almost 5 years, even those closest to me, and every single interaction with them would have been fake for the story told about me to be true. I believe that there were two people responsible for how things played out, with a third person merely having an axe to grind against someone they never liked. Nanolis lied overwhelmingly about what happened between her and Red, sat back and played everyone, including my friends. Shy Lily lied about me from the start, orchestrated things behind the scenes, and manipulated the public to their side. All right, I want to see evidence of this before I believe her claims, but good start. Manipulated public to their side. Silvervale took the opportunity to lie all about our interactions together, making things even worse for me. Like I've said previous on X, I'm going to give Silvervale a little leeway because it could very well be misconception, and she could have had a massive misunderstanding, and she could have had Shy Lily lie in her ears. Same with Nanolis. So I'm going to give Silvervale a little leeway here because of all the shit that she's had to go through. Silvervale took the opportunity to lie all about our interactions together, making things even worse for me. They had the most to gain from my cancellation, including their own satisfaction. None of them could take accountability for their own actions and pushed it all onto me instead. The two people that could disprove their lies were just made into lying manipulators and wiped off the internet. Excuse me. Yeah, she's right again. And one more thing about Silvervale, with everything that happened with her between V Shoujo and everything that came out, Silvervale has trust issues. And it could be very well that Silvervale actually believed it wholeheartedly. And she has apologized to other people she's gotten wrong and lied about before. Hence, Nux Taku, for example. Um, hold on. I will be right back. I need to All right, I'm back. Sorry, I had to take care of something real quick. I believe that there were two people. Hold on. Yeah, I already read that. Aside from the labeled speculation, everything presented in this document is true to the best of mine and Red's knowledge. I have nothing to hide, and there isn't a reason to hide anything anymore. The bulk of what's shown here was over the past 2+ years. Keep in mind that no matter who you are, opinions, thoughts, and feelings can change a lot over such a long period of time, for better or worse. I went back and forth on a lot of things to put in here, asking myself if I should leave them out for the people I still care for, but or keep them in for my own sake. No matter what evidence is included in this document, it wouldn't be surprising if it's claimed that even with all the evidence, all of this is just me trying to lie, manipulate, and gaslight my way out of what happened, and that no one should possibly believe me again. She's right. To show that I stand by everything written here, and I am sorry for the things I have done wrong. I made a very hard decision. I am giving up my part ownership of position at Gamer Subs. I've worked so hard for them since December 2022, and earning this position was one of the biggest compliments of my life. I'm honored they chose to give me the opportunity, and I've been immensely proud to have that title. As sad as I am to do this, I feel the need to protect the company I love and the people that work there and everyone associated over my own interest. GamerSub suffered a lot of damage when all of the accusations were made about me, and that fell on my shoulders. This is my responsibility as part owner, and I don't want any more harm or negativity to come to them by having this position. I didn't have to do this, and I wasn't asked, forced, or coerced into making this decision. There are things more important to me than business. I notified them of my decision in June, and it will take effect at the same time this document is published. Okay, this right here is shows a lot. Cinder is actually taking accountability, and she actually left Gamer Subs as a part owner. That says a lot. Each tab in the document is about the people and events related to the claims made against me, where I provide links to each person's respective statements for reference. The evidence, context, and mine and Red's thoughts around each situation. You are intended to read each section and in the order they're presented. This document should be viewed in desktop and in light mode for the formatting to appear correctly. Some information and screenshots appear in multiple sections for whoever it's relevant to. The first few sections being Nanolis, Bow, V-Card, and Numi's concert, and Shylily culminated in a section breaking down what you've seen throughout them, and the last few sections of this document being standalone, unless stated otherwise. Every link in this document is working at the time this is posted. This document will not be edited after it's posted either, because we live in 2025. I need to say that this document was written without the use of AI. I understand some of the things in this document may be damaging to the people involved. They understood that their claims would be damaging to me before they publicly made them too. Everyone can review the evidence for themselves and decide what really happened. And if I really am the person you were led to believe me to be, the burden of proof is on the accuser, not the accused. Yeah, she's right again. Red helped me put this entire document together. We want to be upfront and honest that this has a two-person effect. His own commentary is presented throughout it and is labeled as his and highlighted in blue. Okay, so we are actually going to see Red's commentary here. So that's great. We actually get to see his train of thought in all of this. So that's one thing we were missing before. Part of the puzzle. So, Red. Hello, I am Red. I am Cinder's longtime partner and have worked alongside her since she stated this started this career. I helped her put this document together to set the record straight. Over the past few months, I have had to come to terms with being the reason why Cinder's image, her relationship, and her career were all ruined. I hurt people who were her friends. I fucked up, and she has had to answer to the world for it by herself. My actions ruined everything for her, and I'm taking responsibility and helping her pick up the pieces I didn't want to. Pick up the pieces. I didn't want to put something out sooner without her that could have made things worse. I ask that you don't hold what I did against her. Okay, so that explains a lot. He didn't want to put out anything because yeah, he could have made it worse. Honestly, he could have. Red and I. Red and I are still together. We had a falling out, and I spent time apart after the documents dropped on April 26th, but he was still here for me when I was ready to talk to him again. We were able to work things out between us and forgive each other for what had happened. I wasn't planning to say anything about this again publicly, but I felt I needed to. Okay. They patched things up after a falling out. Okay. Forgiving each other is important. That's what builds strong relationships when you can actually forgive each other. Years ago, I cheated on Red online for my own selfish reasons, and the things I said about him were out of my own frustrations and past experiences. I made things sound much worse than they were at the time and mischaracterized the person he is. Okay, so that whole thing was true. Red already knew that this happened way before it was made public in April, and no one else was ever told about it before then either. We addressed both of our problems in our relationship and moved past it a long time ago. It had nothing to do with my career or current events, and it isn't relevant to talk about further. We disagree, we get mad at each other, we argue, but our relationship isn't toxic or abusive in any way. I would appreciate it if this speculation around would stop. She's got a point again. The whole thing that is one thing that I had a major problem with. There was no reason for that sort of thing to go public when it was made clear when it was first revealed that this happened before Cinder was Cinder. I always had thoughts. It's like, why reveal that? That has got nothing to do with what's currently going on. And that's one of the things that kind of made me pause and think. Red and I have always had some level of communication problems. Even with each other, neither one of us are good communicators beyond surface level. It's hard to open up and we get in our own heads about things. We butt heads and disagree with each other sometimes, and even more so working together all day every day has gotten much better over the years. But it's never been perfect. So the idea that anyone in any relationship would know about and agree with everything their partner feels, says, and does is crazy to me. That is 100% true. And you're not going to agree with everything your partner says. I know this because that's how my own parents were. My parents are still married to this day despite really terrible arguments, disagreements through the years, but my parents are still married, thankfully. I'm not the only one who has ever had a significant other keep secrets from them, and neither is Red. Every relationship is different and has its own nuances, dynamics, and problems, functioning in a way that only the two people involved know of and fully understand. No one looking in can say otherwise. Yep. Because I cheated on Red, should I assume that everyone's significant other has cheated on them in the past? Should I assume that all my friends' relationships are the same as mine? No. And for me to claim I know exactly how things work between any of them just because I'm their friend and sees them in a few times a year is ridiculous. Yup, she's not wrong again. When I became Cinder, we wanted to keep our relationship private, which, honestly, fair. That sort of stuff should be private. No one has any right to know about your private relationships. private relationship in public, Red was simply my manager, and we hid our relationship from my friends for over a year during multiple trips. We agreed that I'd tell my closest friends about our relationship in March of 2024 because we felt we were close enough and I trusted them enough to tell them. When we traveled, my friends saw us always close by each other and showing each other our work DMs on our phones. Almost all the time from chats in we were both instead of talking about things out loud to keep up with our projects while away and to keep them private between us. It's easier to say, look at this, to keep each other on the same page rather than have a verbal conversation while we're around other people at almost all times. While away, what they saw at conventions or on vacations was all they saw. Only Red and I would have any idea how we worked together and acted around each other when at home. Yep, that is true. I lived with Red and his family from the summer of 2022 to the end of February 2025. I have never outright told anyone this, including my best friends. We wanted to keep at least part of our personal lives private from everyone. Even telling some people we lived apart on stream, I've always said I lived with family, friends, and streamed in a basement that she has. The basement part is true. It's where I spent the majority of my time and it's where I worked and streamed from. My career started there in 2021 with ASMR. Red was the one with the PC, mic, and experience with content creation since it's always been his hobby. I would go there more and more often until I moved in when I became a full-time streamer. For most of my earliest streams with the PNG model, Red would be in the room with me, modding on a laptop and making sure things would run smoothly. He was there as my tech support since at the time I could barely play games, let alone understand how to use and fix OBS. Oh, OBS can be a pain. I know that all too well. If something went wrong, we built my own PC. And I stopped needing him by my side by the time I debuted my first model in June 2022. He moved his PC into his own room and has worked from there since, starting something last year. My streams kept disconnecting and we couldn't figure out why. This was going on for months and no matter what we did, it kept happening. We thought there could be something wrong with the internet there that we could fix it. So as a last resort, my parents and I made a space for me to move back in with them with my entire stream set up in February. We were able to fix the problem, but it ended up having nothing to do with the internet at all. I've been working and living here since, separate from Red. The reason why I'm revealing all this now is because we could have easily gone through each other's DMs whenever we wanted in those 3 years. We didn't. It's not like we never showed each other our messages directly. We did all the time. But we didn't comb through each other's DMs at the end of every day to read anything we may have said. I don't know anyone who'd say that's normal to do. We would just tell each other things that happen, and that's that. I never felt the need to look over his shoulder to check on anything and everything he was saying and to who. We trusted each other, and he's always had my best interest in mind. That is really important because when a really perfect example, of course, I'm using my parents. When people actually trust, when partners actually trust each other, you're not paranoid. You don't try to go through their phone and stuff. Yeah, again, she is correct. Working together. I'm choosing to have Red continue working with me. He will be doing most of what he did for me before, but will not be doing any work related to communication for me in any channels. That is probably for the best. I'm not also part of I'm not also a part of I know I am also a part of. I now have access. I have access to his Discord account to check on things myself if I need to. It's clear to me that he learned his own lessons from what happened. Oh, that's why she didn't know. She did not have access to his Discord account. That would explain why Cinder never knew. He made mistakes, and I forgave him. I wouldn't be here where I am without him, and he's just as much as part of Cinder as I am. He wasn't just a manager that handled some messages. He had a part in a lot of things I did. He has always been the main creative mind behind my debuts and other releases too. Even with how involved he was, Red is still his own person with his own ideas, his own opinions, his own feelings towards people, his own goals and his own ambitions. Working under the same brand as me, he has always been the business sensible one out of us, and the work side of things was always his focus. We worked together on almost excuse me. We worked. Hold on. We worked together on almost everything, but we didn't agree on everything. There have been many businesses or creative decisions we argue back and forth about, sometimes taking days to reach a compromise. Red didn't always consult me before making his own choices in messages with our partners. A lot of the time I agreed with what he did or said and it was fine, but sometimes I didn't, and we either compromised or I had him walk back what he said. Red didn't tell me about every single interaction he had with people we worked we worked with, and I didn't expect him to. I trusted him. There was never a reason for him not to tell me something important. That was until we disagreed about one of my friend's bow. At the start of the year, we moved a lot of work related conversations with various artists into a project server so everyone could be organized into one place. I could be included in discussions and decisions making where I needed to be and would be able to see everything being said without having to rely on Red to relay every detail of the things he was handling. This was for organization, convenience, and so I could interact with every person working with me directly. However, this didn't mean Red didn't still use his DMs to do business or talk with people we were working with. Besides, the allegations in Nano's document no one else we've worked with or has ever complained about Red, and we both worked with dozens of people who I believe would say their experience working with us was nothing but positive. Like I said in my apology, there were things Red didn't tell me about or hid from me and did without me. Knowing in his DMs, they were all shown in this document in the order below. I didn't know about these things beyond what I was told, if I was at all. Red's inclusion Red's inclusion of Bao and Cotton in his exclusivity deal with Nano in January 2025. Red telling artists Bao Red telling artist one, Bao was someone he considered a competition while discussing exclusivity on the same day as his deal with Nano. Red's conversation with Nano about Shy Lily, April 2025. Okay, so they're going Red's conversation with Mod 1 about Silvervale throughout 2024 and 2025. Red asking Artist 2 about not working with Silvervale, March 2nd, 2025. Red's conversation with Artist 1 about Silvervale, April 2025, which Artist 1 told me about days later. The name of Artist 1 and 2 and Mod 1 are hidden to protect their privacy since they weren't directly involved in everything that happened in April. They will be reintroduced later in this document. Alright? Falling out. Okay, this is probably going to talk about what happened the night everything went down. The night the first documents were posted, Red was here with me. I ended my stream and he came over to see me while we worked on a few things together. We were still awake when Nano and Bao posted the documents at almost 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I didn't understand what was going on and started panicking. Red tried to explain what happened, but I blew up at him and kicked him out, regrettably refusing his help. We weren't in contact for almost a month. Okay. I had one close friend reach out to me after things were public, and I responded to them sometime after Red was gone. I chose not to include their own messages here. I'm so sorry. I'm trying to collect myself. Red and I aren't speaking right now, and I'm so upset with everything. I was distraught, and I posted that Red was fired later that morning. I wasn't trying to throw him under the bus, and avoid accountability. I was blindsided by my friends publicly pointing the finger at me for his words and actions I didn't even know about and I didn't agree with, and I didn't know what else to do. In my apology said, as of yesterday, he's no longer working with me, and I have extensively discussed any of this with, and I have not extensively discussed any of this with him. Okay, so my assumptions were correct beforehand. I also had commented months ago, well, when this whole thing started, that I was telling people it's very possible she did not actually know what Red was saying. So I was correct because Red will continue working with me. I will be deleting this tweet sometime after posting this document. Okay. Uh, I will check that later. In fact, immediately Redacted will no longer be managing or overseeing my VTuber activities. He no longer represents me as a creator, my brand, or my intentions. I'm sorry, everyone. I will make larger responses when I'm able. Okay. All right. The next part. My apology and taking accountability. My apology and taking accountability. Now that I've reviewed everything that happened and had time to reflect on my own actions, there are some details I need to point out and corrections I need to make for my apology then. I'll go over the things Red or I or both of us did wrong, so we can take responsibility. Each section after this will explain the full story around each major individual involved, anything Red and I did, and defending ourselves against everything we didn't do. Quotes from my apology will be present throughout the document to show what they were referenced to. Screenshots that are directly of or taken from document are highlighted with an orange border. Quotes, dates, and important messages within any screenshots are highlighted in yellow. Quotes from my apology are highlighted in gray. Excuse me. Red's own comments on anything being represented are labeled and highlighted in blue. Okay, one little critique. Cinder, you really. It, I know this is just a nitpick, and I know I'm being silly. Why didn't you highlight it in red for red? But you know what? That is a terrible joke. I'm sorry. My apology for reference. Posted 427 2025 at 4:16 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The things I claimed and admitted to in my apology were based on what I knew at the time, what was published in everyone else's documents, and what Red told me right after I shut him out when I shouldn't have. I made my apology without his help, without all the info in front of me, and without knowing the full scope of what happened, how it happened, or what to believe. I was under extreme stress and pressure to say something as soon as I could, and I was expected to accept fault for everything and I was accused of, but not guilty of doing. Some of the things I wrote were overly apologetic, and it made things sound worse than they actually were because of the severity of the situation. That explains why the apology was so bad. She rushed things through, she didn't think it through properly, and Red would have probably made sure that this never happened. The main takeaway people had from my apology was that I pushed everything onto Red and didn't take accountability for myself. Honestly, I didn't see it that way, but that's just me. What I blamed Red for in my apology because he was guilty of doing them. Him telling me how great it would be to work together with Silvervale. Him holding a grudge against Bao. Okay, so okay, he was probably thinking it would be a good business opportunity with Silvervale since he was more business oriented. And him holding a grudge against Bao. Hopefully, they will probably explain this later on. What I blamed Red for in my apology when I was also guilty. Okay? Red was the one with the business oriented outlook on things from the start. I adopted that same mindset myself from working together as time went on. I wrongly made it sound like I was brainwashed into thinking this was my apology. Okay, good. She's taking accountability and apologizing. What Red was guilty of in my apology that I didn't know about until writing it. Red and Nano ever talking about a model for Geary. Oh, she did not know that. In November 2023, Red, including Bao and Cotton in his conversation, an eventual deal with Nano around exclusivity. In January 2025, and bad mouthing Bao in their DMs as if they were our shared feelings. Red talking to Nano about Shy Lady and her model in April 2025. Okay, since we do know, and since we now know that Cinder did not have access to Red's me- messages like this, it makes a lot of sense she didn't know about this stuff. Things I said about Red in my apology that I was wrong about. He did not manipulate Nano. He did not push Nano to work with Silvervale, and she was not a constant topic between them. Okay, so she was wrong about these things. Now, with how long this thing is, I'm sure Cinder is going to. Again, I'm sure Cinder is going to show evidence of this, since Red did help her put this all together, so she probably has all the messages and everything. Agreeing with things I took accountability for in my apology. Agreeing with Red to talk with Nano about exclusive things I took accountability for in my apology. Agreeing with Red to talk with Nano about exclusivity. Agreeing to specify name Silvervale in the terms and knowing a deal involving her was made. Guilt tripping Nano, feeling overly attached to Nano and her work, not knowing about what Red had said about Bao to Nano when I should have, not speaking to Bao about Red's feelings towards her and letting it spiral to the point it did, being upset and taking it personally when Bao hired my video editor, being upset when Sacramore told us he wouldn't be working with us again, confiding in Red about Shiloh's behavior towards me, becoming resentful towards Silvervale, letting my insecurities and public comments influence my feelings towards Silvervale, assuming Spike copied me, being very possessive of my design details early in my career, overreacting in Nine Tails Hellhound OC design, which was apologized for in the past, cheating on my boyfriend, neglecting or leaving behind friends of mine. Okay, so she's taking responsibility for all of this and apologizing, okay? I admitted to the world that I cheated on my secret boyfriend, and the story pushed was that I took no accountability and used him as a scapegoat. Even with all those concessions of what I did do, I was still somehow a narcissist who couldn't accept fault. What I did was not admit to the right things. The people making these claims already decided I was guilty of. They also expected me to apologize for everything I have ever done without any of it being mentioned, even if the matter was already settled in the past. I understood that the things my manager did that I didn't know about are ultimately my responsibility, and my ignorance doesn't change that. I should have taken more care to check up on what he was saying and doing, but I was being blamed publicly for things I had nothing to do with. My accusers went out of their way to claim Cinder did this, Cinder did that, and completely disregarded Red's agency from any of his own words and actions. The proof I must have known about everything he ever said and done was because they said we worked on things together on our phones during the few times a year we were traveling. And Nano's document showed two of my screenshots from over a year apart from separate situations where I knew more or less what happened between her and Red. There was no other evidence presented for their claim, but they told everyone it absolutely had to be this way. Emphasize was placed on Red's usage of we and are as if they could know for a fact that it meant Red was always speaking with my knowledge, approval, and oversight every single time he had said it. This was necessary for their narrative to work against me. Whew. Yep. She's not wrong. This is what I said in my apology about this. I do not condone anything about what Red said about Bao in these DMs either, and him using we and in this context is abhorrently incorrect, and I believe was done to gain greater credibility behind what he was saying. Red. I've always been more or less the creative lead on things. We did, like model designs, project ideas, and art in general, and Cinder often agreed with my creative judgment. She trusted me to do the communication I did for her without oversight, for example. A lot of times I would be the one talking to the artist. We were working, excuse me, we were working, sorry, for communications I did for her without oversight, for example. A lot of times I would be the one talking to the artist we were working with, only who knew me as Cinder's manager. If I knew the direction I wanted to take something with or without talking to Cinders beforehand, I said, I want this art to be like this, instead of Cinder wants this art to be like this. Then it felt like an awkward thing for me to say in my mind to the person we were working with. I'm just the manager, not the creator, not the streamer, not the client. What I myself wanted wasn't important. What Cinder wanted was. So, in order to give weight to what I would say, I started using we early on without speaking for her directly, saying, Cinder, if we wanted to do something a certain way, then I get it, then he'd give me agency by implying that we both agreed on and made the time that my words had meaning. I was speaking on we, the brand's behalf. It became a habit of mine to talk this way regarding any project or business dealings. I didn't start doing this because anyone told me I should be. I didn't speak like this all the time or every single message. It's not like Cinder never knew about what I was saying when I was saying we. If afterwards she did disagree with me on something, then I have to walk back what I said and say that Cinder actually wants it this way. For example, very often Cinder was on the same page as me beforehand or would agree with what I said without her knowledge, using me we afterwards. In the case of the exclusivity deal with Nano, I used we when talking about Bao, so it seemed like Cinder was also backed how I felt. Cinder not only wasn't aware of this, but I knew she didn't agree with me about what I was saying in our conversations. Nano said herself that she was not really down with working with people who Cinder didn't want her to. So I made sure to tell Nano how we felt, expressing my own feelings to her as if they were both of ours. This will be shown in Nano's section. Okay. There are three things in my apology I need to correct. That will be shown in full detail in this document. Missing information, lies, incorrect statements, and my apology. I left out a lot of information regarding my experience with Silverrail in trying to overly apologize to her, and I ended up making things sound much worse than what really happened. I lied about not knowing what Red spoke to Nano about spite in 2023 to not make things worse for myself by revealing more than Nano or Spite did about what had happened regarding her. I was wrong about which year the situation with Ninetales took place in. I wrote that it was after my debut, but it was actually an entire year earlier. Okay. Jeez. Um. Oh gosh. My apology and the accusations made against me did not cover everything Red and I have done wrong. I've laid out everything below that will be presented throughout the document so we can address them and take responsibility. Explaining the motives and reasoning behind our actions are not meant to justify or diminish them or the feelings of those affected, but to understand why they happen. Everything one of us or both of us are guilty of, that accountability is taken for and shown in this document in the order they're presented in. All right. We both became neglectful of many friendships and personal relationships online and in real life. Red and I became consumed by our work and prioritized my career over all else. Red considered everyone, including our friends, competition to some degree, and I agreed. Red and I left Tricky at our hotel in Tokyo one day during our Japan trip in October 2024. I chose to distance myself from Kun after what happened between her and a friend. I tried going back on agreement with artist Nexu in April 2025. Red asked Nano to not work with Spite in January 2023, and told me about it afterwards. I lied not knowing about it. Not knowing. He spoke to her about Spite in my apology to avoid talking about it. Red initially dissuaded Nano from accepting a model from Geary in November 2023. I guilt tripped Nano in November 2023 and February 2025, but still sided with her. Red assured Nano about her considering and canceling Bao's model in August 2024. I knew Bao's model was canceled in August 2024 and didn't try to do anything about it. Red and I agreed to talk with Nano about exclusivity, including not to work with Silvervale, specifically on any more models in January 2025. Red and Nano agreed to a deal for her not to work with Silver, Bow, or Cotton in January 2025, only telling me about Silvervale's inclusion. Okay, so she only knew about Silvervale's. Okay. Red spoke to Nano about Shy Lily in April 2025 after seeing Nano work on a model for her, and never told me about this conversation. We asked our video editor about exclusivity after Bao started working with them in September 2023. Red convinced himself Bao gate kept her video editor to hurt our future music video projects in December 2024. Then he held a grudge and a list of grievances against her. I didn't speak to Bao to clear things up about what I knew Red held against her, and it led to me being an awful friend to her for months at the start of 2025. Both Red and I mismanaged the planning and communication with Numi about her concert at the start of February 2025. I pulled out of performing in her show and almost didn't go after choosing business over my friend. We both grew to dislike Silverville over the past few years for various reasons, including harassment and comparisons, my own insecurities, and how Silverville acted towards me. Red asked an artist not to work with Silverville in March 2025 and never told me about it. Red and I assumed Spite was copying me in 2022 and early 2023. I overreacted to Ninetales, Hellhound, OC Design, and 2021. Okay, so all of this can be summed up to miscommunication, and the most that you can say about Cinder so far is she did not have proper communication and she made things up in her own head. So essentially, she was being an asshole. That's about all you can say so far. Every claim of wrongdoing that was made against Red or I that isn't listed above is not true, whether it was an assumption or a lie in someone's document statement about me or verbally on stream. I would list the false accusations here, but there's been such a ridiculous amount at this point, I didn't even know where to start. I will let this document speak for itself. These actions were not over years like the public was told. The majority of these actions happened in an 8-month span from August 2024 and April 2025. How each person was affected, if they were affected at all, it explained throughout this document. Nothing was black and white, and none of these actions were motivated by jealousy, envy, or greed, or being malicious for the sake of it. Alright. Having such a business mindset like that definitely can cause harm to your personal life and your relationship with other people, family members. I've seen it happen, and it is not fun. Alright, the section. My friends, it's been falsely claimed that I was using, manipulating, and sabotaging, betraying, backstabbing all of my friends for years in an effort to deplatform them and ruin their careers. There was never some kind of year-long grand conspiracy of deceit against anyone, and I've never pushed the ladder down behind me. I've never been jealous or envious of any of my friends or anyone else. My friends were not stepping stones I used to further myself. I loved my friends, or our experiences together were real. Our memories together are real. It hurts that I even need to say that here. There are plenty of things my friends know I've done for them. I've helped them with or included them in for no other reason than they were my friends. I've always answered their questions and offered them advice when they asked. Done my best to be there and support them in at their debuts with their own endeavors, and I've personally bought so much of their own merch for myself without ever saying so. I've literally brought brownies my mom made across the country to share with them. I spent my own time making one of a kind cosplay pieces of their VTubers for them for no other reason than that they were my friends. More than the three finished pieces below were for more of my friends, including Bao, before I put all of my crafting focus into Nihilister cosplay. It meant a lot to me that I could make things that meant a lot to them. She did make pieces. Someone who is a narcissist and is trying to take advantage of your so-called friends would not make pieces like this. And I do remember a lot of those sayings that Cinder pushed down the ladder trying to take advantage of her friends, and I clearly remember no one giving any evidence to the contrary. And I think it's safe to say that all those were lies. I'm very glad I waited to hold out my opinion. I don't know what they think I did against them, or I don't know what they think I did against them other than what I listed above, or where these ideas came from, or what rumors they were hearing about me, or how my friends collectively agreed this must have been the case after everything we've done and shared with each other. I absolutely could have been a much better friend, but I just can't believe every single one of them thought this little of me at a moment's notice. There were about a dozen of my friends involved before Nano's document was posted, and still not one of them said anything to me before they were posted publicly. Sorry, my dog is scratching. Axel, stop that. Axel, you're making noise. Stop it. Axel, stop scratching. Oh boy. All right, back to reading this. A lot of my friendships did suffer to where my due to where my priorities have been, especially over the course of 2024. Because of my focus being overwhelming on work and less on my personal relationships, outside of it, I neglected people I cared about, and so did Red. Excuse me. And both online and in real life. My closest friends, unless it was about work, I didn't put as much energy into just talking and hanging out. But that's not to say I never did. Ne- I never did. Never wanted to or disliked them for any reason. I had my thing. I had things going on, and I knew they had theirs. When I was streaming or working on something, I'd be isolating or hanging out with Red to decompress, and I didn't have to energize. And I didn't have the energy to socialize. I tried to plan collabs with my friends as often as I could, and it was a way to hang out while still appeasing my content brain. My collabs with my friends were made into YouTube videos, but to say that I was using them for that and countless other VTubers don't do the same thing is crazy. When I was. Yep, she's right. A ton of other VTubers do the exact same thing. But to say that I was using them for that is as countless other VTubers don't do the same thing is crazy. When I was traveling to see my friends, all I wanted to do was hang out and spend as much time together as I could, and it was the happiest I was. Red and I always loved, valued, looked out for, and appreciated our friends, even if we didn't show it as often as we should have. I'm sorry to those of my friends who I haven't given the time they gave me to me, and I'm sorry for those I haven't spoken to in a long time for no other reason than my own negligence. And I'm sorry to my friends I only focused on work with, and I didn't spend enough time being your friend outside of it. Business mindset. Red and I slowly became more closed off and neglectful of people over the past couple years. Oh, before I continue, I know exactly how Cinder feels in this. I, for me personally, I am a very much an introvert. I do have some very close friends that I hang out in real life, but there are times after my work, what I do for I'm not going to say what I do for work, but it's a very physical work. I do things all day long. I'm moving heavy things, and I am very tired after work. And there are times that I just don't want to hang around people. I just want to go home, decompress, say hi, and take care of my dog. I know how it is to just want to decompress and get away from everything. Red and I slowly became the business mindset. Red and I slowly became more closed off and neglectful of people over the past couple of years, but especially throughout 2024. Focusing more and more of our time and energy on this career work became almost 24/7 for us, never taking a break. Oh, that is not good. It was our job, our hobby, and almost all we talked about. We loved what we did, but we both became consumed by the content grind. Oh, that is not good. Our work life balance became non existent. Oh, boy. We were going and going and going all day, every day, as a two-person team working to an obsessive degree. We were always trying to do more and do more with more people all the time. Everything became about doing bigger things and achieving more, accomplishing more, growing bigger, launching more cool things, having more opportunities while keeping up with at least 4 to 5 streams a week. Our problem wasn't greed like it was claimed, it was ambition. Ambition that was wearing us too thin to keep up with everything. Keep up with everything, but it was never enough to take a step back and relax. We were always looking ahead, always had to be progressing, and never stopped to appreciate what we were or the people around us. I know that mindset all too well. There have been a few times where my where personally I do have a tendency to be caught up in things, and I have a tendency, if I'm not careful, to have tunnel vision. So yeah, that uh, the money was nice, but it's never been the driving factor for anything we did. It was an indicator of a successful project event or merch drop that anyone understood. The majority of what I've made and spent went back into my work or towards the house my dad has been building. Yeah, I remember she was talking about that. I've released a lot of merch, and it's something Red and I have been passionate about, coming up with and releasing cool new merch products as one of the most fun and filling things to work on, and being on new products like a drink flavor or trading card game was super exciting to us. It was always about launching cool things for my community over the money it made. I've turned down merchandise opportunities and many more sponsorship opportunities than I've ever accepted. Only taking on those I really wanted or had a strong interest in. Even though a lot of them were paying very well, being a greedy, money hungry person has been falsely projected onto me. It's never been all about the money for either of us. That is another thing that I heard going around that no one gave evidence to as well. One instance, I One instance I may be called out for regarding this was during my Heaven Hound model debut. I remember when she debuted that. Molly View. During my lore video, I had an intermission where my chat needed to fill a gold bar on screen with bits to progress the video. It was the easiest way for me to implement interactivity into the view, and my chat having direct involvement by cheering me on was important to the story being shown. The, mo- the motive. But the motive wasn't to have people give me money for the sake of it, which that makes a whole lot of sense for her reasoning. This mindset this mindset got myself and my career to where it was, but it took over our lives to an unhealthy degree. Yeah, I can see it getting that way, leading to the deterioration of our health and relationships with people. Being canceled and away from work gave us the time to address this problem in our personal lives, for example. I have my own dog now who's been keeping me busy. I've gotten back into cosplay after not working on my Nihilister build for months. I've been trying to lead a healthier lifestyle and I've been going to the gym regularly. Despite finding it difficult to be motivated about things since April, I've been making changes so I don't fall back into the same unhealthy work mindset I was in. Okay, before I go any further, that is great to hear. And I hope she actually does mean this. And the fact that she's saying that she is working on the problem and actually addressing problems that got her where she ended up is great to hear. That is very good. I'm happy to hear that. Competition. In competition. In my apology, I said I'm disgusted with myself for buying into the narrative that my friends were competition. I just learned about all this myself, and there could have been so many other friends affected by the narrative that things always had to be competitive. Oh, mm, mm. Red always considered everyone our competition, including my friends. I understood and agreed with his reasoning below. It didn't change anything between my friends and I didn't treat them any differently because of it. The only person I became directly competitive against was Silvervale, and that wasn't right of me. Okay, she's taking responsibility for what was going on with Silvervale. That's probably why Silvervale had some apprehensions with her too, because of how Cinder was acting. So I'm also taking that into account. The content creation sphere is massive, and the VTuber sphere is a fraction of that with its own audience. Everyone is always doing something, launching something, playing something, and it's a constant race of relevancy. That it is. Whether you want to look at it that way or not, it's the nature of the industry. Part of the reason why we were always working on new things, releasing bigger things at a faster and faster rate, was to stay competitive in the space in a general sense. Everyone was competition, friends, other VTubers, and other content creators, but at the same time that anyone and everyone could be considered competition, they were also collaborators, co-workers, and partners. And the end goal was about staying relevant and in people's minds and making sure our projects could succeed alongside anything going on at any given time, while also topping our own things we've done in the past. At no point was this view ever motivated or an excuse to hurt, take advantage, or put down creators around us, especially friends. This is a business, it's a job, but keeping the business aspect things in mind didn't affect the way I saw our friendships with people or the way I treated them. They were my friends too, and we both cared about them, supported them, and helped them when they needed it. I've always had the backs of the people closest to us. The only people I've ever considered as direct competition in a negative sense were people either we had something against or they had or did something against us. And we're working with artists important to us. April 2025. This was only Silvervale from how she acted towards Cinder for years. Bow after what I thought she did to us and our friends in December 2024, but only until sometime after my deal with Nano in January 2025, potentially soon to be Lily, by the way she was treating Cinder and coincidentally getting a model from Nanolist at the same time. Same time, it was wrong of me to feel this way, especially towards Bao. I'm sorry. All right, Red is also apologizing. Mm. Here, I want to address the people Red and I hurt that Red hurt, Red and I hurt that don't have a large section in this document. Tricky. My friend Red and I traveled to Japan last year. About a week into our trip around the country, we arrived in Tokyo for the last few days. Red, Tricky, and I were all talking about going to Godzilla store that night. We arrived, but other plans left us with no time to go. The next morning, Red and I were up super early and were ready to leave the hotel around 8 or 9. We waited in our hotel room for about an hour without hearing from Tricky at all. Because we only had a few days left in Japan, Red and I wanted to make the most of our remaining time. We were around we were around friends all week and didn't have much if any time alone together in Japan either. Half dozen of us, the other half dozen of us there either had their own plans or were still sleeping too. There were other friends staying at the same hotel as Red and Tricky. And so I insisted waiting around for Tricky waiting around for Tricky to wake up. We selfishly chose to go out into the city and to the Godzilla store without her. By the time Tricky was awake and ready to leave the hotel, Red and I were across the city and didn't go back to get her. We only met up with her towards the end of the day when everyone reconvened somewhere else. Red and I are sorry to Tricky for leaving her behind and hurting her. We've always been there for her, especially when we've traveled together. We didn't think she'd be left completely alone with how many of us were there in Tokyo, but we still should have waited for her instead of going off on her own. She was one of our best friends, and we're both sorry. Okay, she is apologizing to Tricky. I'm sorry to Cotton for the way I've avoided her and turned down collabs together for a situation that had nothing to do with me. I thought I was being good friends with someone I was close with, but it was unfair to her to treat her that way. I did not agree with how Red included her name in his deal with Nano, and I wouldn't have let him if I knew about it, regardless of how I felt about her at the time. Red, was wrong of me to ask Nano not to work with Cotton. It was a spur of the moment thing, and after hearing about the situation she was involved in, I took it upon myself to do what I thought was right by another friend. Cotton's always been nice to me personally, and she didn't deserve that. I'm sorry. Okay, so they are apologizing. Okay, they're I like the fact that Cinder is actually giving proper context to what's going on, which is nice. Nexu. Nexu deleted her tweet with her document about me. She shouldn't have because she was right. I was going to include it here for reference, but I've left it out because of what she wrote in it. So instead, I've summarized the situation below. Second, I don't want any kind of public reaction to this. I really do not want to appear on videos as similar. I do not want my case being used as an excuse to put more hate into it. I just want to share and let it out of my chest. I'll probably delete it in the end. Nexu, or let me FAF, is an artist that reached out to me via email about making artwork as an exchange for showing it off and giving a shout out to her Patreon on stream. I hadn't seen the email, but she made a tweet laying out her terms, tagging me in it. I messaged her that I was interested. I put her in contact with Red, and he handed things from there. Through Red, we made our agreement. It wasn't until she had a large portion of the sketch finished that when I changed my mind about our agreement and didn't want to do it anymore. I didn't know what was going on through my head or what my reason was for this, but I told Red to call it off. Red tried to make it seem like there was miscommunication somewhere to save face for me, but it was really because I was being unprofessional. He talked to me and agreed to follow through with the art showcase and shout out to my stream. However, I failed to follow Nexus terms as they were agreed upon. I didn't verbally shout out her Patreon and only showed the link to it that was on her art book. I also didn't show the censored, not safe for work version of the art, but that was because I was worried about getting into trouble with Twitch. Because I was getting worried about getting trouble with Twitch. This was an unprecedented situation I caused with an artist, and I've never done something like this with anyone else. I handled an agreement I made extremely regretfully, unprofessionally. This was way out of character for me, and I'm sorry to Nexa for how I handled things and for the stress I caused her. I encourage anyone reading this to please support her and include her work. Okay, so Cinder has officially and very effective, and Cinder has, this was a very good apology, and she brought context, and so far this document has been what I was hoping for. On to the section that I was really wanting to get to the nanoliths, because this is where a lot of things I want to see and find out what, from what I heard and just what I've seen little snippets online, Nano left a lot of stuff out, which pissed me off. So, let's continue, shall we? Nano's document for reference, terminating my work with Cinder. Alright. Posted on 4/26/2025 at 1:42 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Excuse me. Hello, I am here to share something that has affected me personally and hurt others. This was very hard for me, but I feel it is necessary. Please do not send hate to anyone on my behalf. This is all I want to say. Nano's document claimed both Red and I manipulated, used, and dragged her into drama while slandering multiple VTubers, including our friends. These claims were the bias for everything else publicly released afterward. Documents from a half a dozen people and many others tweeting their grievances with me. It all hinged on Nano's document being posted and its viality and its vidality. I can't read that for some odd reason. When I wrote my apology, I said I was not fully aware of the extent of Red's manipulation over Nano's commission's decisions, which we already know this is not true. When I wrote this poorly worded sentence, I hadn't seen any of these DMs. I was in panic and I didn't think Nano would be lying about anything. But now that I've seen Red's DMs myself, I can say that Nano was not manipulated, abused, used, lied to, mistreated, expected to take action over any drama she was told about, or incapable of making her own decisions regarding her commissions and clientele. She was never forced to do or not do anything, has always been in control of her own choices, and has always had the ability to say no. She was met with understanding and faced no repercussions professionally or personally from either of us when she did. Nano's messages with Red were deceitfully presented to push a narrative that never happened. I don't believe Nano ever showed the full context of her messages with Red to any of my friends. Her claims were backed by Shy Lily, and I believe they were misled into blindly supporting her. Nano was a close friend who we respected, and was a massive part of my own success, which I will give this to Nano. Her models are fantastic, and her best work is definitely Cinder's models, because Cinder's models are absolutely fantastic. Her artwork and everything is really good. She does fantastic work, but everything else, dear Lord, massive part of my own success. I've only ever praised her privately and publicly. There was nothing she could do for me to hold anything against her or choose to stop working with her. Red and I have always encouraged Nano to do what was best for her, not us. Red was who handled our plans with her, made sure to work around her schedule, push projects back if she needed more time on them, or take a break and give her first priority on projects she was interested in. He trusted her, and the extent he lied to her and she needed more time on them or take a break. to give her first priority on projects she was interested in. He trusted her, and the extent he lied to her about other people involved was in telling her his own genuine thoughts, observations, and experiences with them as he knew them. The same way my accusers did to the public with how they assured how Red and I had to have operated together. Of course, we already know this is not true so far. The claim that Red and I worked to sabotage projects Nano had is a lie. We both would praise her for the work she did for other people, and have always celebrated and supported new Nano model siblings when they debuted. Even if Red was really asking Nano to cancel every model she had, it was ultimately still her choice to do it or not. But all the blame for her actions was somehow put on me. Yep, that's one thing that always that's another thing that bugged me is people were pushing all the blame on Cinder when Nano ultimately made the decisions to do it. There were only 4 people Red ever explicitly asked Nano not to with with her agreeing not to. The first was Spite in the start of 2023. Red asked Nano himself, and he told me about it after I lied about knowing this, which Cinder addressed earlier. Knowing this in my apology, since it was never mentioned in Nano's or Spite's documents. Bow. Okay, yeah, that's right. This was never mentioned in any of the other documents. Bow, Cotton, and Silverveiled were all part of their exclusivity deal in January 2025, and each for Red's own reasons. I was only ever aware of an agreement of asking. Sorry about that. And each for Red's own reasons. I was only ever aware of and in agreement of asking Nano not to work with Silver anymore. Red never told me about the other 2. I am not guilty of him using his free will to push his own agenda and express his own feelings to Nano. But I understand that as my manager, everything he said to her or anyone else is my responsibility, whether I knew about it or not. Although they were friends, it was unprofessional of him to gossip and work interchangeably. She's taking responsibility, which is good. We worked with Nano for 4 years. She was an incredible artist who I've treasured working alongside for my entire career. I put my faith in her at the start when we were both much smaller creators. She saved me from a year-long struggle to get my first model, and she's been with me every step of the way on my journey since I wanted Nano to be part of anything she could, and chose to make her artwork the backbone of my brand. I loved and appreciated every single thing she's done for me, and I'm proud of everything I've been able to do for her in April. I believe Nano found herself in a situation she couldn't back out of, and then chose to do what would result in the most beneficial outcome for her: hide the truth. Below are a large portion of Nano's DMs with Red and I over the past 2.5 years any situations through that show any situations brought up in Nano's document in full context, show the relationship we had with her, how she felt about us and other people involved in everything, and any other relevant conversation that wasn't included in what was posted in public. I've also included some of my own messages with her and some messages with other people. Some of these DMs are repeated and are included in the following sections in this document. Nano's profile picture is different in some of these screenshots because of them being taken at different times throughout making this document. Okay, so different times. Okay, everything in chronicle order on all dates. Okay, so red border screenshots directly document highlighted. Orange border dates and important messages and screenshots highlighted in yellow. Okay, quotes my apology are highlighted in gray. Red zone comments on anything being present labeled and highlighted blue. Okay, we are getting to the comments. All right. First 2023 20 Okay, this happened in 2023. Okay, by the start of 2023, Nana was already sharing her commission plans with Red. She also told him that it was okay for us to commission someone else for merch artwork Red had previously talked to her about. Red said it was no problem for us to wait for her to do it. Like I said in my apology, in regards to Nanolis, for the majority of the time working with her, Red was the one almost solely doing the communication about new plans and negotiation through his private DMs. All right, that would be Red Nanolis. Okay. Oh, and just curious, but was okay that's a client. The only new client you took on for this year right now. Right now? Got another one, but it's done already. Okay, cool. It seems like a lot of new people want to work with you. LOL. Yeah, I kind of feel it too, by the way. You said you wanted to leave Daki and Booba for later. It's okay if you want to comms commission someone else. I don't want to delay your plans. But if you're fine waiting, I'm more than happy to work on it. Okay. That's okay. We're fine with moving things around. It's only really Cinder if you draw it. Other Oh, oh, that's okay. We're fine with moving things around. It's only really Cinder if you draw it. Other things going on and preventing us from doing it for Valentine's like we wanted to, so we have to move it anyways. Plus, focusing on getting 2.0, the demon, and the two starting screen artworks done is more a priority too. God damn, that means a lot to me. WTF. Oh, this means a lot to me. Redacted. Okay. All right. Well, it seems here okay. They seem to be on very good terms. Later that day was the first time Red brought up Spite to Nano. Red asked Nano not to work with Spite, and she gladly agreed not to. Red only told me about this after it was done. It wasn't something we talked about beforehand, but I was okay with it. Nano never said anything about this to me, and we never talked about Spite. I shared the feelings Red expressed here since he was the only other one who knew. Oh, how I felt. What he said about negative comments I was getting was true. Everything regarding Spite was presented in her section of the document. This was not included in Nano's Spite document at all. Why? Since they didn't say anything about it, I chose not to either. I lied about not knowing about Red's conversation with Nano about Spite to try and not make things worse for myself, but I still accidentally alluded to it because of the state I was in. This was what I said in my apology. Once again, I had no involvement or knowledge of Red bringing up Spite to Nano in 2023. My only personal involvement with excluding someone specific from working with Nano was Silver. Okay. Cinder. Okay, this is now Red. Cinder was upset over what both thought was Spite copying her. I saw Spite interacting. Hold on. Let me reread that. Hold on, let me get drip. That's better. Red. Cinder was upset over what we both thought was Spike copying her. I saw Spike interacting with Nano, possibly with the intent of trying to work with her. I went to Nano myself. And asked her not to work, not. Hold on. I went to Nano myself and asked her not to, without talking to Cinder first. This was about one person and one artist they never worked with before who was fine with agreeing to it. As far as I know, it never actually affected Spite. I have never talked about Spite with any other artist, and I'm sorry to her that I had asked this of Nano. This was the first of four told times with the three different artists, and I had ever specifically asked anyone to not work with someone else, which is all presented in this document. All right. Hey kid, I have a weird question, but would it be okay if we requested you don't work with someone? You mean like being exclusive? No, like not no, like not accepting commission from one person. Oh, who is this? Okay. Continuation. Who is this? Spike. Oh, damn. I almost said something like that when Cinder X Spike. Okay. Ever since Cinder debuted, we've seen her slowly implement new design details onto herself that seems like she might have taken from Cinder, including her now having ear flames she never had. And we think it's because she was a hellhound until Cinder showed up. But also, some of Spite's community has been rude to Cinder in chat or on YouTube comments on other people's clips on Cinder. I've noticed her being friendly towards you, possibly with the intention of working with you. I just wanted to ask if you're okay with being one Hellhound exclusive. Okay, he's asking. Of course, I protect my baby, but I also noticed the Flames edition. It's a shame people that can't educate their community. Okay, Nanolith is saying yes. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. Okay. I thought that was someone else. Okay. Thank you, Nano. I feel really bad asking you something like this. I really appreciate it, though. It's okay. There's no place for rude people. Mama Nano, no, Mama Nano, best mama. Mama protect. Okay, Nano's. I'm not getting any forced, and Nano is doing everything of her own volition here. But then I tell Nano I just wanted to ask if you're okay with being one Hellhound exclusive. And I feel really bad asking you something like this. Yep, it says it. It. Okay. Says it right there. Nano and I have never saying something like this. Nano and I have never talked about Spite. Here's me searching Spite in my own DMs with Nano. Oh. Okay, that is an actual picture and evidence. Cinder's not lying. She never spoke to Nanolith about Spite. Okay, that's evidence. She's not lying. An example of the relationship Red had with Nano and how they would talk with each other. Oh, jeez, sorry. An example of the relationship Red had with Nano and how they would talk with each other. With each other. Nano told Red she wants to make my winter outfit after Red's messaged her about it a few days earlier on 1st 2023. Okay, I remember that winter outfit. That was a great debut. All right, Nanoless. Hey Nano, were you interested in designing Cinder's winter outfit? Not until a lot later this year. Wanted to ask in case we need to find someone else to design it for you. Design it for you to draw. Excuse me. Okay. January 22nd, 2023. Okay, so that did happen at a different date earlier. Did I agree on doing Cinder Winter? Cause I do. I just don't remember if I replied to it. You did not reply to that, Nano. I do want to do them. Oh my gosh, you do? I do. I gotta talk to some people and change things around. Wait, if you already got someone for that, no need to change. No, I'm just joking. I'm just kidding. Okay, so they are very chummy, and Red and Nanolith are acting. Yeah, everything seems fine. Direct messages? No, I'm direct messages. Okay. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, so it's a continuation. Ah, uh, okay, they're joking. Yeah, you can do it if you want. I don't want them anymore. I don't want to anymore. Just kidding. I love Cinder, but F you. Okay, now they're joking and stuff. Be confident, Nano. I'm not. It's my nature. I'm not. It's my nature. If you expect low, anything is a win. Okay. Well, I'm glad it's been going good for you. What does your art schedule look like right now? Okay. March, April, second arts, April full model, and mid-April art cuts. A few cup arts in between. Already have something for around June. I think that's it. Let me see what else Cinder and I had planned to work with you on this year. Oh yeah, oh yeah, would be great to know everything. Also, it's okay to have Cinder arts for Patreon wars. I didn't have much time for Patreon. They are starving. Okay, so still, Nautilus and Red is not being manipulative at all, and yeah, okay. Nano, okay, there's the date, 3rd, 29, 2023. This is still in 2023, okay. Nano told Red she wouldn't be able to meet the deadline for 2 pieces of art she was doing. Red was sympathetic and extended the deadline for her. Nano implied that she's been taking on too many projects. Hey, Red, I'm feeling a bit concerned about deadline for the 2.0 art. What's up? I think it would be better if you find someone else for 2.0 screenshot. I didn't know they would be used the same day, but I can work a bit harder to meet the dates if you want me to work on it. Do you think you would be able to do it by the end of April? I know you have an in April too, right? So maybe mid-May. Oh, I thought it would be earlier. Well, ideally, we would have wanted both arts within the next week or two, but if you can't do that, and we're going to have to push back the debut for other things too, end of April, mid-May. Would be okay if you can manage with that? I don't want to overload you too much. Yeah, for the next 2 weeks would be very pushy on me, but at the end of April and mid-May is good. Okay, so they're working things out. Red doesn't want to overdo Nano. Okay. Nano's agreeing to it. Okay, I will let Cinder know. If you can't push back debut, I really recommend someone else. Don't want to delay things for you guys. Okay, so she's saying. And there's also the waifu cup art for Cinder. I don't know when they want to start that. And I don't know when you want to start that, but just another thing to do at some point. LOL. Okay. You can't push back to debut. Recommended someone else. Okay, so he's no. It's okay. We have to wait for anyways, and some other things being worked on. She'll only be starting the demon model in another weekish when she's back home. So the debut will be anywhere from end of May, mid July, depending on when things are done. Cinder and I aren't traveling to cons instead of the end of April. Kind of relieved. Beside delaying it is sad. It's okay, Nano, but we have a lot of projects we want to work with you on. If you're free this summer right now, LOL, I would love to if I have the time. I might stop taking big commissions for some time and only work with my current contacts. I'm kind of dying. I'm sorry we're giving you so much to do. It's okay, it's my fault. I decided to birth another baby. After 2.0 Demon Arts and other project Patreon stuff, then we will take up all of your time. Gladly. It is mostly done, just gotta make some cuts for rigging. And at least the Cinder art can help out with your Patreon after the debut. Okay, so still there was no manipulation. Nano and Red are working around Oh Nano and Red are working around schedules, delaying things if needed. Nano turned down artwork for second 2023. Okay, it's still in 2023. Nano turned down artwork plans that were previously discussed for some time off. Eventually, Red told her we were able to find another artist for those plans in between. Red praised Nano for her work on another VTuber's model. Red, we need to talk. Hi, Nano, what's up? I think I won't be able. I don't. I think I won't be possible. It won't be. I won't be possible to take Cinder's merch comms. I really need some time off from commissions. Okay. Thank you and sorry for this. No worries. Nano, you deserve a break. When you're ready for take comms again, we'll have things for you to do if you want. Okay, so there are Nano says she needs time off. Red is saying, sure. Okay, we'll get someone else to do it. And she says, fine. Yes, of course. Yes, of course. I just need some time to breathe, but still would love to work with you guys. Great job with Nano. Oh, thank you. Okay, Red is praising her. Thank you. Hey Nano, we found an artist to do a Daki and Booba mouse pad for Cinder, but it's for her original design. Well, we'll wait for you to do the 2.0 and Demon Design Dakis mouse pads. Wanted to let you know so you don't feel too bad about it. I messaged Nano about starting some pose ideas for my first waifu cup when she was ready to available. Hey Nano, was asking me when you'll have some time to work on the art for my Gamer Subs Cup and said you were a little busy right now. Do you think we could come up with some pose ideas together when you have a chance? There's no rush. I know you're busy. Of course, of course. You want it two-sided, right? That would be amazing. Okay, again, now this is Cinder. Cinder is letting Nano know that, hey, I know you're busy. I'm just letting you know wait when you can. I told Nano I would. Okay, this is still in 2023. I told Nano I was trying to get her. I told Nano I was trying to get her the okay to work on my waifu cup on art on stream, so it would be easier for her. And I told her how much it meant for me to have the first waifu cup and her artwork on it. Nano, I hope you're having a good weekend. I'm starting good weekend. The starting screen arts you made for me are so nice. I love them. I've been trying to see if it'll be okay for you to work on gamer subs art on stream to make things easier on you. They might be able to have the art on a big banner for Anime Expo if it's done soon. I can't wait to have the first Nano Cup. It's so special to me. Oh shit, you want a banner? Yeah, letting me work on stream would help out a lot, but if not possible, it's okay. I'll manage. I want to make things as easy as possible for you. And maybe if you don't want to stream collabs yet, we can hang out while we work. If you want someday, no stream. And would love to actually, like, get used first. Maybe we actually hate each other. Don't say that. I could never. I'm sure about, I, I'm sure about that, but would be hilarious. I asked Nano about one of my then upcoming model sister debuts when planning my demon debut so they wouldn't accidentally fall on the same day. Nano, okay, so her screen, her profile, Nano's profile picture has changed. Okay. Nano, do you know about when debuting your model just so I can plan around it if it's near my debut. Let me check on that. I believe it was around June 22nd or July 2nd. So the debut will be around July August. Can't say that exact day yet. Okay, I've been playing. Uh, mm, mm, uh. Okay, I've been planning mine to be mid July, but I'm trying to make sure I don't accidentally have it on the same day as anyone else. Red asked Nano about Nano's projects when Silver. Red asked about Nano's projects about when Silver contacted her about her model made in 2022 and encouraged her to set aside time for her own content. After the GG 2.0 and Demon Art edits, we will give you a break to focus on yourself for a while. Do you still have a lot of other projects to do right now, other than Cinder? Thank you. I need some break. Currently, only Silver seems to want another model, though. Like, brand new? Yep, she didn't reply to the model specification, so I'm just taking this as a chance to be free. Okay, let's continue. Now, you don't need to answer, but I'm just curious. When did Silver contact you about making her first model? Also, I feel like you should take until at least July off to focus on you and your streams. Nano deserves Nano time too. It was like 2 weeks before her birthday. Okay. At this point, I might just stick to Cinder, and Silver is not very responsive to me. That's surprising. WTF. We love working with you, not just for your art. That's so sweet of you. Been having fun with streaming lately. Hope I can keep up. You've been doing really good. Whenever I see you on I lurk for a little while. lol. Cinder really wants to collab with you. Maybe we can set up a drawing stream where you both draw VTubers and paint, well, like a 5 minute timer or something. I want to. I'm just too pussy yet. That sounds fun. Not gonna lie. Okay. I asked Nano about when she made Silver's first model from her because we grew suspicious of it. And if it had anything to do with Cinder and her debut about a couple months earlier. Nano wasn't well known as a model artist in the summer 2022 and only had 3 models at that point, including Cinder's. More about this topic is in Silver's section of the document. Okay. I thanked Nano for the waifu cup artwork she made for me, and her scale figure was announced. Nano, you did such an incredible job on the waifu cup artwork. Thank you so much for being the best ever. Thank you so much for the raid today, Nano. I'm so excited for your figure. I'm gonna be the first to get one. Excuse me. Sorry, I didn't reply you before. I'm excited and a bit nervous. Hope it goes well. No, that's okay. I'm gonna tell all my friends to buy. I appreciate. Not gonna lie, uh, I'll shamelessly get all the help I can. Red talked to Nano about the situation with my first waifu cup, which led to him revealing our experience with Silvervale over the past 2 years. Spite was mentioned towards the end of their conversation, and it was the last time she was ever talked about between them. Before this, I was told that Silvervale had her own waifu cup with Nano's artwork on it that was already for foreign production. I was very excited and proud to have the first cup with Nano's art, and all of a sudden that wasn't going to be the case. Not only that, but if my cup was going to be re-released after Silver's, I would have been harassed for copying her again. I did not lie to Nano about anything I said in this conversation, and I would have had no reason to. Everything I said was as I genuinely thought experience speaking to a friend I trusted. You're a little... Nah. The cup might be coming out a lot sooner than we were planning because of conflicts with another release. Oh no, what a disaster. Yeah, there's another Creators thing coming out, and we wanted to make sure Cinders was released ASAP. Damn, do you know when is it? Not exactly, that's why we're rushing. Pretty hype having my art on GG Cup. Waiting to hear back. Sorry. Waiting to hear back about moving the release date up. Though, yeah, we're super excited to be the first with your art. Had to move it. Oh, gosh. Hold on. Had to move it up to make sure the first Nano Cup gonna be big. I'm so excited. Let me know if you've got dates. It was supposed to be towards the end of June. We're waiting for on confirmation, but it could be within the first couple weeks. School. The other thing with your art on it, it could be coming out soon, so we're going Sonic speed on this bitch. Other thing, but they still want the art on AX probably without cups being on sale. Yeah, wait a minute. I thought you would have been told. Okay, so I'm probably not supposed to say anything. But Red, you got to keep it. You got to keep this between us. Of course. No leaks? I'm leaking excitement. No, you can't even do that, or I'll have to send the gorilla that beat me up that one time to your house. Oh, I'm clogged. Okay, so Cinder has been super excited about having the first cup with your art. Like, super big deal. With the cool double-sided two-color effect. She's a cutie, mate. She was talking today about upcoming cups from other creators just because she was curious and was teasing her a few to her. And he mentioned a new kind of cup he pitched to the heads of gamer subs, and they agreed after seeing a certain piece of art, and it'll be used on the first kind of this cup. The new cup, instead of a normal transparent waifu cup, is a full body color piece of art. I don't know how the cup will end up looking though. Okay, and this top secret, and you can't say anything to anyone, not even because technically this was between him and Cinder, and I shouldn't know about it. But I'm the manager, and I thought you knew. People were very interested in my work. Maybe it was a foreshadowing. This full body color art cup is of silver and basically the part same part of production as Cinder, and it has your art. What told Cinder is that it was something you drew for silver for, and it was never used, so she's reusing it here. After pitched the idea to make it, so Cinder starts panicking about it. We have no clue when they plan on releasing that cup, but if it's before Cinder, it would be the first Nano Cup, and not only that, but Cinder said the hand with the heart position are really similar, which isn't your fault since you didn't know anything about this. And if Cinder's cup were to release after her, then it would just be more fuel to the ongoing drama between them, and Cinder will get more hate about it. Plus, hers is a brand new full art color cup, while Cinder would have a normal waifu cup and will be overshadowed in comparison. So was doing overtime coordinating and tried to work out something mercenary plan to get Cinder's cup out ASAP. There is just an unspoken drama between Cinder and Silver. Only me and the couple other people know everything. It was important we get Cinder's out before her. She has drama with Cinder? With Silver? There's just been a lot of misunderstanding and coincidences. The internet thinks Cinder copied everything about Silver, and it's basically confirmed that Silver doesn't like Cinder because of it. It's kind of sad. My baby's not getting really well together, not gonna lie. Cinder raided Silver multiple times, and she's the only one that Silver won't say her name. Silver was at Cinder's debut last year. Cinder started growing fast, and then not even a month later contacts you about getting a model from you herself, rushed for her birthday. There's more instances like that, but Silver refuses to follow, acknowledge, or interact with Cinder at all because it assumed that Cinder copied her. It sucks because she didn't. Ironically, Cinder is only Cinder because of Silver, but not because she copied her. The complete opposite history lesson this time. Before Cinder was Cinder, she was Tashi with an ASMR channel, which is she still does sometimes. Silver didn't like Cinder and how she would respond to Cinder's raids at the past experience we had to interfere that Lily's interaction to her raids. Along with her otherwise behavior, signaled she had a problem with Cinder. Which, oh yeah, I've seen that pink original character. Yeah, she's always loved wolves and she's always loved the cherry blossom motif. So we were going to turn her already successful existing character into a VTuber, but turn her into a wolf girl. We wrote lore for it and everything. She wore cherry blossom wolf girl, who was a nature goddess spirit of the forest. This was like October 2020. We were waiting to start on it. We couldn't start with her until December, and 1 to 2 weeks before she was ready to work with us, V Shoujo debuted. Oh, okay. V Shoujo debuted, and Silver rebranded as a Cherry Blossom Wolf Girl. So to avoid copying her, and so we could stand out, we did basically the opposite of that design. Basically, of Cinder's love of metal music and Okami, wolves, and the fact that no one at the time had fire since Western VTubing was so new, we came up with Cinder. And told we had to change direction last minute in order to stand out from Silver, and also that pink cherry blossom motif was super overdone. And ended up working out since no one else but Spite nowadays really has her theming. Oh, Oh shit, this is so intense. And some people think that Cinder and Silver sounding similar in or their design looking somewhat alike as a Wolf Girl's or Cinder's model are Silver's original to the model looking alike, or the fact that they're both super similar personalities and similar sounding laughs must mean that Cinder's copied everything. Oh, yeah, no wonder. Maybe Silver don't talk too much with me because of Cinder. I mean, I'm not blaming Cinder. I don't know. I wouldn't think that's the case because she worked with you for a long time before Cinder. You've done a lot of art of her. Yes, yes. This is kind of sad though. I think Cinder and Silver could be like sisters. I'm just wondering if she asked you for a new model because she caught wind of Cinder's upcoming debut and wants to one up her. Literally, they are so alike, like their personalities, and their opposite designs, so they fit so well together. Cinder just feels like she's always in Cinder's shadows because that's what people think. Nano, yes, yes, you did, but like going back to the gamer subs thing, if Silver releases her new impressive cup first, it's just going to overshadow Cinder's. Plus, she take the first Nano Art Cup title, and since the poses are similar, people would say she's copying again. I feel like Cinder with people used still compare us a lot, and I feel I'm always in his shadow. I feel I'm always in his shadow. Redact. Oh, and plus we didn't even give Silver as a design reference. We gave her. Okay. I completely understand that. I actually like both of your art for a long time. I always thought of you as a bigger artist. Thank you. Okay. But you can't tell me this is better than this. Oh, God tier artist, Nano. Okay, I'm not supposed to have this image saved, but let me show you the cup arts. Thank you, Red. On the hentai world, skill doesn't mean much, but booba. Yeah, but you draw the best boob. If Silver's cup comes out first, wow, Cinder even copied Silver's cup art and artist, and it's not even color. Oh yeah, oh no, yeah. I can understand why people would think that. Oh shit, they do be similar. What have I done? So at least if Cinder's cup comes out first, that's what we're trying to do. Then Silver will be copying Cinder, but it won't matter, and no one will say that because she's massive and full body colored, and colored art will take the attention away from it anyways. But like I said, both Cinder and Silver are at the same point of production, so she could launch just as soon as us, but we don't know when. If it wasn't so urgent, it could make a new art for Special Cup. Nah, it's okay, Nano. We really love the art you made for it. Maybe if you want another cup, we can always do a double-sided full-body color artwork with 2.0 Demon or something. Who knows? But yeah, I really with Silver could make up with Cinder. There more drama. There's more drama that happened over the past couple years, but it's all from Silver's side. They go so well together. They would do so good together. That's a big L. Big L for life. I hope Cinder comes first though. I know the sad feeling. Honestly, she could try to talk before doing this. What do you mean? Like Cinder to Silver? Like talk and have things sorted before just ignoring all. I don't think Silver is willing to. Cinder DM Silver on Twitter before asking to play Minecraft together since they were both really into it, and was never answered. And they're not Discord friends. Okay, let me explain their first interaction. Oh wait, it's late for you. You should sleep. I love gossip. No, it isn't. Isn't it 2 or 3 a.m. for you? I believe it was mine server, but I'm not into it. I thought it would be cute to draw us together since we're opposite. You're such an inspiration to me. Thank you for bringing so much joy to the community. Dulu, Vale, Cinder, Dulu. Okay. This was February 2021. Cinder was designed in December 2020. Cinder is a talented artist from school, college, and she didn't pick up art for a long time until she got the tablet, okay, on the ASMR channels like thumbnails. So when she became a VTuber, she wanted to draw fan art of herself with other big VTubers. Silver was the first one she did. She planned to do her and drinking tea, bow splashing water on her head and getting upset, and playing drums, and well, Cinder playing Guitar Hero. That's cute. I remember that art actually, but she never ended up doing anymore. So only the silver one exists, and no one knows about the other ones. So in isolation, it seems like she only ever meant to draw this one for silver. The problem is that in the tweet, Cinder said, "You're such an inspiration," when in reality, Silver was an inspiration for the design, but not wanting to be a cherry blossom wolf, but not by her streams or insider jokes, personality, or anything. So people look at this one fan art of Cinder and ever did, and the fact that she said she's an inspiration to point to them having similar names, designs, and stream process, but personas. But that's not all the drama with this post. Cinder tweeted this. Tweeted with this thing a few days before, but there was also a hashtag Silvervale. You know, 'cause it's cute art. There wasn't malicious intent or weird feelings behind it. Mama Vale retweeted the original post, then unretweeted it, and we were like, what happened? People make too much fuzz out of nothing, too. At the time, we were working on Cinder's alerts and panel art. There are so many VTubers that are very alike. We know... we know was friends with Silver, so we asked her if there was a problem, and said that Silver was really off put by that Cinder veil and that she was going to message Cinder. Silver messages Cinder. Cinder was really broken about it because she didn't want to get off on the wrong foot with Silver, being one of the biggest VTubers at the time. Also because since we redesigned her into Cinder, I've always pushed for them to interact because their designs go so well together. She took down the tweet and reposted the one I sent you. Silver and Mamavale commented, and that was it. Silver never followed Cinder, but I mean at the time Cinder was just reference sheet, end of chapter, next chapter. Now we are on the model chapter. Man, still petty mean from Silver side, dude. Also, Cinder did art class. It explains why her eye for art is really good. She's an artist. Is the design change that made you guys have issues with the first model artist? I remember you all coming to me because the other one didn't work well. It's a long story. In between these screenshots, Red told Nano the story about the long process of getting my first model, but it's not relevant to show here. And he got us with, okay, and then you know the rest, with the rigging teaching and how to make models and cutting the swimsuit. Cinder's debut last year, so Cinder most likely would have debuted a lot sooner, but the model kept everything on hold. We would have never gotten tied up with, but in the end, we were super happy that you ended up being Cinder's artist. Now we can't imagine anyone else doing her stuff. And who knows, was influenced by Silver at all. Either when she decided to get a model from or when canceled on Cinder, but like I was saying before, Cinder debuted and Silver was there for like the first show. Watching, never said anything. Then a few weeks later, goes to you for a model after we got you training. LOL. And your art had improved so much as such a small time. Even when Cinder debuted, people were saying she looked like Silver, sounded like Silver, acted like Silver. The name is like Silver. People say those two look alike. OMG, there was even a meme we made last fall that was an inside joke between Cinder and I. Hold on. Oh wait. Okay. We made this meme that was really old joke between us October 8th last year. This was not like a meme going around trending or anything. A week later on the 16th. Oh. Oh, oh my gosh, there's so much to read. Okay. A week later on the 16th. Okay. The life of my one brain cell. The exact same thing. Silver does not follow Cinder because she refused to acknowledge her or validate her in any way, but she did this. So, like, she's watching what she's doing, and we're like, are you kidding? So she replied to it with her own tweet. Just to kind of be like, I'm not the one copying her. And this was around the and the BSMP Minecraft server started, and they were both in it all the time. Introduced them to each other. Cinder was super nice, like always, and Silver just gave like a dismissive hi, and went on with what she was doing. Then at TwitchCon October, Cinder went to Silver's meet and greet at the Shoujo booth and with Aru, because I guess her and Silver are friends, just to like introduce herself. Shit, this is a lot. Wanted to ask Silver if the two of them and Cinder could be a Wolf Girl collab together. I've heard some issues about that. Asked and Cinder never heard of anything else about it. I have a friend that made an emote for her and wanted to give credit. She just ghosted and that's it. Really nice, but the management is really difficult to go through. Also had an issue. Okay. We haven't worked okay at all, so I don't know. We wanted an art piece from her to 2.0 debut in September, but we don't know if she's able to back uh, back to the lore. Minecraft died in November, but there was a Christmas update coming in December. To remember that Silver messaged Cinder on Twitter about the first art piece. We were like, fuck it. And Cinder sent Silver a message like, do you want to play the Christmas update together? It doesn't need to be on stream. I'd love to get to know you. Never heard back. And after Cinder really recently got with the gamer subs and has probably been racing to get her super special full art cup out, probably not related to Cinder, but I'd say after Shy Lily, Cinder's next biggest VTuber, or was before Silver, I don't know how much she does for them. I actually got surprised when Silver went to gamer subs. Yeah, isn't isn't the other one bigger? She got launched Shaker then left. She got with Shaker then left. I think so. I wouldn't be surprised if Silver's Cup comes out soon. Then they'll also want the art on the X booth. I don't mind if they're advertising Cinder and Silver together. It'll just make Silver mad. Literally, if you advertise them together, they'll get 2 times the sales. At least we got soft confirmation Cinder will be on the booth, which is awesome. I'll advertise the cups. I'll advise the cups. Cinder versus Silver. I'm joking, okay? And when you told me she asked you about doing a new model, I wonder if because Cinder posted 2 or 3 teasers for her new model on Twitter, Silver stalks her page and thought she had to beat her to it, or at least take up your time so you wouldn't be able to do what Cinder needed. Like, honestly, it would benefit them both, but Silver seems like she has too much of an ego. She'll never give Cinder public validation as long as she believes Cinder is a copy. Now listen, I don't want you to think we're telling you not to work with her. At this point, Cinder should just give up on that and keep walking. She's a big customer. Redacted. True and real. It's just hard because it's hard for the public to separate the two. Separate the two, kind of like. Okay. I did this with, and I'm living, but seems like a cool guy. He just feels like Dinkelberg. Cinder, if Silver is Dinkelberg, that's perfect. I don't understand. Cinder's just trying to be nice. Cinder is just trying to be nice and Silver hating her. Yes, exactly. Debuted last year because she said on stream she was oh, gosh, ripping off her voice. Something like which why watch a, why watch a rip off when you have the original or something, and like just ignored it because she didn't want any fights. I don't know what happened behind the scenes, but now they're fine and they interact on Twitter. Oh, okay, okay, but they're inseparable because people always associate them together from Tot, like Silver and Cinder. Wow, I never thought it was something just good. I just called it this voice meta. And the names being so similar doesn't help us either. Yeah, cute accents always do well. Change Cinder to Tinder. Follow me for more great tips. Oh, that is such a terrible joke. Actually, just buy Tinder, quit VTuber, something become dating app. So like we're not saying to stop working with Silver, but we're like we always have plenty of work for you. If you're willing to take it, we really appreciate everything you do for us. And Cinder really wants to get closer with you. She just learned to be more social. That's a cute statement. Also, oh, okay. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention Cinder's rated Silver like 3 or 4 times. Mentioned Cinder rated like 3 or 4 times with like fat raids, 1,000 to 2,000 people, and Silver refuses to say Cinder on streams. She'll say, "Thank you so much, welcome Raiders, go follow her." I'm using "we're here," but Cinder had no idea this conversation was happening until I told her about it later. I was speaking for both of us without her knowledge or consent. I didn't realize the message was cut off when the screenshots were taken. I kind of figured that. Every single other raid, she called them their name. What the WTF? Like, make it more obvious you have a problem with Silver. She can't even hide it. By the way, about Silver's model, it's not her that came to me, it was me. I wanted to ask her if she wanted a better model since that one was kind of made in a rush. But not gonna lie, I regret asking it because I'm not sure I'm up to more model work and all that talk makes me feel sus. She didn't give me a proper reply about the model yet anyway. Oh, okay. No, no worries, Nano. I'd rather it be you asking her than her asking you. LOL. OMG, I found it. That's wonderful. Brighten me up. Actually, okay. This was a reply to one of Cinder's tweets last week. Okay. Yeah, just wanted to say that it's less weird. Still a lot of, still a lot on the bag though. It's okay. Damn, excellent comfy. Oh gosh. Oh man. Nano clarified to me that she was the one who went to Silver about the new model when she told me about it on 5th 24, 2023, but was already regretting it due to not being up for more model work. Nano taking on more models than she could handle will continue to happen over the next couple years. I wonder whose that's about. It's just been crazy, Nano, and that's why we're rushing the cup. Welcome to the inner circle, and a few other people know that's the Silver Veil drama. That was like How I Met Your Mother, but cup. Okay. Yeah, but cup. Maybe next cup. Chug off. Oh, okay. I no longer want a butt cup. I no longer want to. Give me a boob cup, please. But, but it's a great investment. Oh, really? Is that so? Believe me, I'm a professional. You're the professional. You got a butt question? Go to Nano. She can draw 'em. She can drink 'em. She can snap 'em. Maybe kiss 'em. Who knows? This makes me salty. I have a bad butt history. What do I want? What do I? No, no. I don't think I will. A few from my community knows the tale. Nano, it's 5 a.m. for you, and you're about to tell me about bad butt history. How am I supposed to take that and don't say up the ass? Also, thank you for all the explanation. It was a ride. Blah, 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 blah. I, I do be a bit dead inside. Redact. Yes, yes, it's nice to have you on the same page with everything, especially since I don't think this is going away soon. I appreciate you staying up to listen. Gonna have my cinder figure and my nano figure right next to each other, and the silver figure will be in the box in the closet. I know it's kind of different situation, but I do feel very similar to me, and so it pains me a lot. Ever mean? That's why I say it's a bit different. That's why I say it's a bit. Oh yeah, was nice when Cinder worked with them. That's actually rated today. I just felt being being his shadow for long. I still get the feeling back, but I bulk up. Hell yeah, buff nano. You're out here doing full illustrations. Thank you. Not gonna lie, I react kind of well out of spite, especially looking at the difference I want to destroy. Look at how much improved this is, like a year and a half apart. Wait a minute. Wait, I can't find it. What? Yep, it is a massive difference. Look at it. Look at it. VTubing arc, I'm being moved by spite and I enjoy it. Like my VTubing arc, I'm being moved. Look at it. Oh yes, this made me proud, not gonna lie. Be careful with spite. I hear she copies things. Oh, also, we can't really say anything about spite because people will say, well, you copied Silver, didn't you? Because people will say, well, you copied Silver. Bro, I kind of thought about it. So we're stuck on both sides. The plot twist is Cinder becomes the Two-Face too, but on spite. Cinder was literally designed to not copy Silver, and the cycle never ends. LOL. Spite actually came into Cinder's chat last year. Tails says it's still going turning people. When she was growing really fast and introduced herself, cheered 1500 bits too. Ah, then, like a month later, unfollowed on Twitter and started taking her ideas, Cinder's ideas, like the flames. And now she's basically rebranded to more of a fire Subarus, using fire emojis as the theme is the time, and never did that before. It's funny because she used to call herself a hellhound, but stopped when Cinder grew past her, and now uses Subarus, her super pup, or whatever her lore says she is. I don't know. The unfollow was weird. Yeah, so it's like there was also unprovoked tweets from her, like I didn't copy anyone else for my design. My design is all me. This is who I am. Like, huh? Who who are you? Who are you saying that to? Oh, on random Cinder clips on YouTube, there was one dedicated Spite fan or someone she knew. I don't know that would comment on those clips, saying like, "When are you going to clip Spite only on Cinder clips?" Honestly, Spite and Cinder design is much more sus than Cinder versus Silver design. Or saying rude things about Cinder, always mentioning Spite. Yeah, especially after Cinder debuted with Spite's redesign. Bro, honestly, it's always been with fans saying shit. This was the original Spite. This was Spite around 2 to 3 months after Cinder. Mmm. Dude. Mmm. Yeah, and the unfollow and the random I'm not copying tweet. Now, if you just look at her page, she uses fire all the time. And she put little skulls in her flames on her head to make it somewhat different. I've seen the skulls. Looks like PNGs. True. Not Mama Nano Art for real. Mama Nano makes best hellhound. We must wait for Demon Cinder and see if Spite makes a move too. LOL, true. Cinder is copying me. Oh man. Well, with all of this, there's a chance that Spite was actually copying Cinder. So, and with all of this, and with all of the, uh, and with all of the, oh gosh, what's the word for it? Context within all these messages. Um, yeah, yeah. Throughout the years that I've been reading these messages, Nano and Red and Cinder have been getting along just fine. There's no manipulation. There's no mean spirited. They've been letting Nano take breaks. So what gives? Not gonna lie though, Cinder has the best mascot. Animal VTubers usually goes for the same animals as pets, but Cinder is a fireball. I mean, still the doggy, but fire. Red told me the gist of his conversation with Nano, and the next morning I messaged her about it. Okay. Red told me he was talking to you about the full story, LML. I haven't really told anyone else about all this except last month, of course, yesterday. It's just been eating me alive since I released my design, and I can't escape been living with this for so long without anyone knowing the truth. It's just been eating me alive, and since released my hold on. But I also didn't want to say anything or tell anyone because I hate drama and I just want everyone to be nice and happy. But I also didn't want to tell you about the cup art being similar because I don't want you to feel bad or blame yourself for anything. But I'm glad and relieved you understand now. I'm so thankful for you, and I want to get to know you more than just a business partner and have fun together and play games when you're ready to. I know you're going to have so much fun. It do be a lot, not gonna lie. I just feel sad because I know how that the being in someone's shadow eats your sanity. It's time to be strong and forget about Silver. You're ready to. You're already so big. You don't need any validation from her. Also, the stuff was very shocking. And yeah, the cup art is such a sad coincidence. I didn't know any of this. But damn, yeah, after staying up until 5 a.m. reading the deep lore, I do feel more part of the gang. It's okay. I'm gonna keep celebrating all this cool stuff I get to do and have fun with my friends. The lore, LMAO. I never read that much text in so long. I feel very cultured. I can imagine it's been a long time since this all started and so much happened. Nano, I can only imagine how much you molded over the first model. Damn. But I'm thankful it worked out this way because I wouldn't want to work with anyone else now. I think the same. Not gonna lie, I molded a lot of work on your first model, but it's worth it. It it worth it worth it so much. Second model was so much easier. Some of Nano's text is I have trouble reading some of it. You're cute. You're cute. I know my model is really complicated, but I'm so happy. It helped you improve so much. And it will be so good. I'm so hyped for your debut. By the way, Red showed me you're having the figure with my design. I my dream was to have a figure that my art and ended. I got two. Oh, that makes me so happy. I'll show you the final sketch when it's ready. Yes, yeah, I would love to see it. Later in our conversation, we were talking about my scale figure, and that was in pre-production. Oh yeah, I remember. I remember that. I remember when this came out. Now I know I'm gonna cry. They just sent. They just sent this, and I want to do bikini instead. This is so good already. Featuring the model you drew, the red chopped up. Blah, blah. I can see that, and I laugh, dude. I double A, quadruple A. The fire on the base is a great addition. I'm gonna fight for this so hard. Try having good smile to make demon, but good smile didn't even want silver. Good smile didn't even want silver. OP. Stop talking about blah blah blah. I'm kidding. Good smile is just really picky about who they work with. Yeah, I bet maybe one day though. You never know what can happen, right? For me, just having my own figure with novel is a huge deal. I can die in peace. I'm so proud of you and Nano. You're doing amazing things. When Nano suggested I have good smile make my demon figure, I said they didn't even want silver, which is something I heard from another friend. Good smile is very hard to get to work with. She was a much larger creator than me at the time, so I thought my chances of working with them were even smaller. I chose to keep this in, and I'm pointing this out because it's the only time I said anything mean about silver in any of my DMs with anyone. I'm 5:15. I messaged Nano to tell her we need to change the artwork on one side of my waifu cup because it was too similar to Silver's. Nano, I have to give you a heads up. Gamer Subs needs us to change the orange art. Is it because of the pose issue? I was just in a call with them to discuss when my cup was being released, along with the artwork similarities between mine and Silver's cups. Since your cup has been in development since December, plus the issue with them potentially releasing so close together, they suggested we change the pose with a new piece of artwork before the end of this week. So I wanted to ask you if you think you'd have the time to do that for me. The good news is that we'll still be able to use the first artwork on other kinds of merch as a banner for their booths, just not on the cup. They also wanted me to ask you if you were paid for the first two pieces of artwork. Oh, I could try to change just the arm if it can be an option, but I'm fine doing new one too. They didn't pay anything yet. They said they prefer a brand new one, so three separate pieces, especially because they want three to fill a giant mouse pad. Ayo. I'll let them know you haven't been paid and should get on that ASAP today. Do you think you'll have the time this week to do it? I can do the rushies again. I'll be removing my wisdom teeth tomorrow, but I'm 80% sure I'll be good last time I was at least. No, don't die trying to art. Ugh. Oh, by the way, if you want to cool artists for a ref, uh, I will be right back. All right, I'm back. All right, all right. How many more? Okay, bow and we. Okay, okay. Hold on. All right, fifth, 2020. Fifth, 25, 2023. Okay. Nano suggests an artist for a reference sheet, and Red told her that we were holding on to my winter outfit for her to do since she was interested. Oh, by the way, excuse me. If you want a cool artist for a reference sheet, I think is great. Did the Pirate Pups Did the Pirate Pups? We want to work with them again. Yes, I know. His work is really good. We could have him design the winter outfit if you'd rather that. Oh, I'd like to try. Yeah, we haven't asked him for any new designs because the only new one we have in mind right now is the winter one, and we knew you were interested. Nano asked Red if we could pay for a commission for her and subtract the toll from the work she did for us. We've done this multiple times over the years to help her when she needed it, and she'd take the difference off our commissions. This was while we were at Anime Expo and had just bought a life-size standee of her. Red, can you pay me a little commission again? It's a $7 commission, but my shit card can't handle it. Yes, as soon as Cinder wakes up, today is our work day in the hotel. We bought you. Hotel we can just pay the invoice you sent. No, I didn't know you guys weren't home. I can wait till it's good for you. Paying the commission for me would be better if it's possible. My issue is that my card can't handle the numbers Cinder sent the pic to me. I like I I was like, wow, they got me taking some air and touch grass, but I was outside because Cinder kidnapped me. Yeah, we were like, we need to. Yeah, we were like, we need to nano home. Let's bid on her now. We have to figure out how to ship you. Okay, so they're talking about them picking up a nano figure. Okay. And I think Cinder would be okay with it. We can just take it off our invoice later so it balances out. Gotta help Mom and Nana when we can. I showed Nana I showed Nano that we included her eye symbol in our demon room after my debut, which I've been including in all of my major room backgrounds for years. Nana wasn't a tool for Red or I to use. She was someone we both cherished working with. She said she was planning to start on my winter design soon. Not sure if you noticed. Cinder, I didn't notice actually. You're so cute. I love with the lore video and there's a photo of us. You're cute. I love including you in little places because you're a huge part of my journey. I also wanted to ask if you're still able to make winter design an outfit on the base 2.0 model for the beginning of next year. Of course, I was planning on working on this design soon, actually. Red been telling me about it. You guys are amazing. Okay. Yep, the eye. Okay. Nano's eye symbol in my first room. Okay. Nano's eye symbol in my demon room. Okay, right there. Nano's eye symbol in my second room. A framed picture with her and her mascot before it's questioned. Bao's mascot is on the table because it looks like it's made of glass and filled with liquid. Bao is framed with me and my other closest friends on the wall. Yep. Okay. Yep. Nano's eye symbol in my Heaven Hound room. Okay. Yeah. 425. Not a room background, but Nano was asked to include her own standee of herself on my recent starting screen that I had on my desk in real life. 7/18/2023, 7/19 to 2023. Red's messages Nano about Silver asking about a model right after my demon model debut. Okay. Silver Cup out this Friday. Will post. Yes, she told me. At least Cinders came out first. Yes, and it's doing so well. Did she have you make a second art piece recently for it? Gold bar raising fast. Yeah, it is. We gonna get that flavor. I think I made last month or even before that. But man, Cinder's model called a lot of attention and messaged me for models. Did she ask you for a new model yet, Cinder's debut? Oh, lol. She kinda did actually. I'm kinda excited for it. Me and Cinder were like, she
probably already asked Nano. Are you planning to work on another model for her or just our new? I think she got upset about Cinder's figure stealing her figure's thunder. Dude, there's no way. I mean, Cinder's been blasting, just got it all. What did you tell her? No. Wait, did you tell her no? Silver's been kind of missing, I think. Not yet, actually. I know it's Cinder's enemy, but it's still my client. I'm sorry. It's okay. But keep in mind that I love Cinder so much. After I asked Red, okay, this is Red. After I asked Nano After I'd asked, Nano told me Silver already asked her for a model after Cinder's team in debut, which was 3 days before this, when I enthusiastically said, Wait, did you tell her? No. About the model, Nano had the ability to tell me no. Silver was still her client, regardless of how I felt about it, which I accepted. That's just business. Her calling Silver Cinder's enemy all the time were her words, not mine, and not how we viewed Silvervale at the time, just someone treating her unfairly. But keep in mind that I love Cinder so much. Mm-hmm. As is she rushing you for a birthday model again? Again? Listen, I just wish she'd play nice, man. Like Cinder didn't copy, you stop being like that. Didn't copy. You stop being like this. Oh no, it's just a new model with one of the contest outfits, right? I don't see a point like, wow, Wolf Girl. Please don't be, please don't be bitch Silver. We just wanted Silver to get along with Cinder, but we could recognize the way she'd always acted towards Cinder. Are the new are the new babies right now? Isn't confirmed yet. Oh, okay. I thought was working on her own new model. She is, but seems to be too busy to keep on that. Oh, I'm glad everyone's interested in working with you. You deserve the attention, and I hope your own VTubing is going good. Cinder still wants to collab. I'm having existential crisis over VTubing. You've been doing good though. What the hell? I don't know. I just be like that. How is your new design coming? Oh, and I guess we can start working on Cinder's winter design whenever you want. Make sure you save time for new Cinder stuff too. Silver and everything else you do. My new model my new model going a bit slow, not gonna lie. Also, don't worry, didn't confirm anything with Silver yet. I think Cinder and Silver will always be fighting for your work behind the scenes. What's up with your new model? Oh no. Oh no, big deal. Just taking my time to work on it. Can I post a 2.0 Cinder art too? I'm okay waiting the actual debut though. I think I'd be better to wait post 2.0 art, but you can post. Me saying I think Cinder and Silver will always be fighting for your work behind the scenes is the first instance of me implying we would eventually compete directly with anyone. I think, which, so far from what I've read, that is a true statement. I think it'd be better to wait to post 2.0 art, but you can post the demon art. No problem. Is there a set date for 2.0? We were going to do Cinder's birthday, but probably going to be early October. Just a lot we have to take care of before the debut. Oh shit, hope it's nothing bad. All I know is Cinder is a non-stop opportunity machine. We have some problems going on and things we need to fix. Just some drama getting to us, but yeah, it's non-stop crazy things. Man, no more drama. We have a little break with new things until 2.0 debut, but still have the advertised gamer subs and bikini figure until then. Yeah. May I know what's up? Kind of like the gossip. Drama with some friends when we were traveling, just people not acting very nice and being kind of two-faced. And now Silver, her stuff getting to us since we didn't plan for her things to be releasing so close to ours. I'll slap you I'll slap you about Silver stuff. It's whatever, I guess. Forget about her, I swear. Yeah. Memes. I was looking at numbers yesterday. Cinder literally has the same view numbers as Silver now. Cinder supremacy. Almost as many, but it's not really that it's not really that I think. Like really close. I think it's more like wanting her to recognize Cinder even though it literally doesn't matter. I feel like there's this unspoken competition between them. Like they need to one up each other because Silver can't get along, but I also understand her point of view. A new VTuber who people say looks, sounds, and acts like you becomes just successful as you are in a year. If she did recognize Cinder as an equal, a friend, then recognize Cinder an equal, a friend, then it would be like she was endorsing her copy, like or seeing people replacement. They say uh, audience too. So we have to fight for the wallets with our cups and figures. We did undercut Silver figure though. I mean, I think Cinder is winning considering her goal for the cosplay. True. That was insane. Like at the end of the day, it isn't about how much we make compared to her. We just want her to recognize, hey, Cinder's a big VTuber too. She got there on her own merit, just like you did. Get along and get along, and the marketing potential and money they could make if they team up. I just know anything we do, she's watching and will take from or try to do. OMG. You know the spinning figure we have on stream? Silver's figure was announced on Wednesday. No spinning figure. Cinder debut Saturday. Everyone hears about it and figure announced spinning figure on screen with figure right next to it. I said we were fighting for Cinder and Silver's shared audience wallets with our cups figures because Cinder and Silver's first waifu cup dropped a week apart. And their scale figure a month apart, and we undercut Silver's figure by having an earlier release date than her to avoid Cinder being accused of copying her again. We wanted Silver to at least be on good terms with Cinder. Anyone could see the potential success they'd have working together, including the money they could make. Red 720 2023. Red compliments Nano's work she did for Silver and told her I wanted Nano everything. She got she got the personality and I run the brand. Branding is important. Oh, and you did a good job with the Silver art. She's lucky to have you. Every now and then I check on and she's always dying. She's lucky to have you. 'Cause she doesn't have a dude like you. I forgot the name. I hope I can make color cups for Cinder one day. They did take a long time to render the art though. From what I remember, I don't think Gamer Subs was too happy doing full art cups, but if it sells, well, they'll absolutely do more. Cinder literally wants nano everything. Clone yourself so we can have a nano. uh, did she ask you about illustrating a dojin? We were in talks with some people and we brought your name up, so we'll see what happens. She did mention it. If this ever happens, let me know, like ASAP, so I won't die doing it, but having another artist is fine. I know she'll pick a good one. I will. Maybe just for the cover. Easier on you, I don't know. Yes, can be it too. But we can start working on anything when you have time to. I can start design winters. I can start design winter cinder. Is there any base ideas? We can send you some ideas in the server soon. Sure, of Nano. Okay. Nano. Red. Sorry, I know you're streaming. We were going to apply to get the winter outfit designed by that way you don't have as much on your plate right now. If you're doing a lot, if it's accepted, we were thinking about doing a comfy gamer girl pajama outfit design next that we can work on with you. Although we have a few more ideas we could do too. If it's not accepted, we can work on the winter outfit like we were going to do anyways. I just wanted to let you know since you're interested. It's okay. DW does some great designs. You do great designs too. I'm fine working on the comfy gamers instead though. But if you were already excited to design the winter one, you can do it. We just didn't want to overwhelm you with stuff. If you're taking on a lot of work lately, I applied for them to design my character, so we figured while they're open, we should apply for them to do something for Cinder. Yes, Waffle. I mean, I'm excited, but we'll deliver the goodies for sure. Oh, and if you have any ideas for Cinder outfits you think would be cool to make. Besides the Winter Ice and Comfy Gamer, we're thinking about Pirate, Rockstar, Heaven Hound, Ghost, and bringing the bikini in the 2.0 model. Are there any more excited to you than Ice because we can give one of them and you do Ice? I talked to Cinder and we want to give you priority whenever you want to work on. I think the seasonal should come first so she can have a fit for all year. Yes. Them the specials. There's an unrelated conversation between these messages. I'll hold I'll hold a bit on the Winter Cinder bit since we'll wait for what? He wasn't going to make the winter outfit. He didn't apply for it, so you can do it. That's why I said if there are any other outfits on the list, you want to do them. You didn't apply for it. You want to do it, tell him, give him something else. Go apply. I though you go. I thought you did though. I did already. No, you're Pica Loco. I was no dummy. I was talking to Nanolis. Oh, okay. I'm good working on it anyway, but still feel free to have work on anything. I don't mind. I'm just one little guy anyway. I think you'll do a really good job with it. After 3 weeks later, Red checked with Nano on my winter outfit since she was working on a new model, but assured her that it was okay. She hadn't started it yet. Hey Nano, I just want to check with you on Cinder stuff since I saw you're already doing a model now. Sorry, didn't start it yet. That's why I told you it was okay to have it with. I'll see if I can get the first sketches this week. If you don't have time right now, don't worry about it. Getting to it yet. We haven't started anything with Winter yet, so we are waiting for him to be done with other things too. So many who's ever ready first. About a month later, Nano asked Red for us to find someone else to do my winter model art due to her workload. Red offered to push the model art back since we had no one else in mind to do it. We wanted to prioritize model work with Nano over the gamer subs artwork. Red asked her about Nano, did the artwork in October, and started my winter model in November. Nano, do you still want to do Cinder gamer subs favorite art? Yeah. They want to make a group chat with us to start as soon. So it's ready to go, and they want to start on a second cup of deal. Oh, nice. I do need some info on the. By the way, wanted to ask you something. Do you guys mind commissioning someone else for the winter outfit? I mean, for the model art. If you guys prefer having me do it, it's fine too. Not the design. I can. I can. You talk to Cinder about it. We can make you work. We can't make you work on it if you don't want to. Oh no, it's not that I don't want to. It would be easier. It would be ease on my workload a bit rid of right now. That's why I don't mind doing it if she prefers me. I don't think we have anyone else to do it, but if we need to push it back further for you, that's okay. I can make this work out. Nano, if you think you're taking on too much, we can give you the new Gamer Subs project to someone else. No, I want to make the tub art. Okay, you can. Just don't want you to overload yourself with projects. I know it's probably hard to turn down working on everything. You get approached a lot about. Okay, it's only 2023. Oh, uh, uh, 10-9 and 10-12 in 2023. I messaged Nano about my projects and tried to make them easier for her to do. Hey Nano, I haven't heard from you in a bit. I wanted to see if you still wanted to work on my winter design, gamer subs, flavor art, and the next cup artwork. If you have too much on your plate, I can always find someone else to do them. I just need to know soon because I really want to get those done as soon as I can. I really wanted to work on the flavor though. I wanted to work on all the. Not gonna lie, I can do the gamer sub stuff if we can have the winter fit for someone else. I like I like what you have for the winter design so far. I wouldn't want someone else to change it and finish it for you. Just I just haven't had any updates from you in a while, so I wasn't sure you still wanted to work on it. I can have Red send you his ideas for the flavor art though. I have the hair in my mouth. If you want to start that, I think he said. Ah, I think he said he had something in mind already, but I'd want to get both of these done ASAP. Sorry, I wasn't home in the past few days. Honestly, my biggest issue with Winter Fit is y'all want all arms toggles to work with it. I think I have 6 right now. Would I have to get rid of some? Yeah, especially because there's the coat, and no coat would be 12 arms. What if we get rid of the crossed arms on hips and hands on face toggles and the coat on that would bring it down to 9 arms? I would appreciate it. If that works for you, it works for me. If that works for you, it works for me. I'll finish my current model and work on this stuff right now. Right after. Sounds good. Finish my current work. We'll start yours next week. I'll be away this weekend, by the way. Any of these work can be streamed. Okay, thank you, Nano. I'd rather you not stream the winter outfit, but you can stream the gamer subs art as long as it doesn't say gamer subs anywhere and you don't say what exactly it's for. Red asked Nano about her current projects. We were thinking about model plans with another artist at this time because of Nano's busy schedule lately. Although nothing ended up coming of it, this is Red's alleged manipulating Nano and forced to cancel Silver's model. Hey Nano, do you have a lot of models lined up still? Quite a few. Is it for the project? Also need feedback on the outfit changes, so I might change the toggles too. No, no, not for the project. I was just wondering. I know you were working on in silver and said you would be working on soon. I'll go get the feedback now. I pretty much like this for now. Content model, bow model, cinder winter design. Okay. Oof. My oomph reaction in this screenshot was due to the number of projects she had on her to-do list, not about who was on it. This was the first time I had seen Nano would be working with Bao on a model. But it's pretty much one commission every month, which means I can always put Cinder stuff in between easy. Okay, do you know what kind of model Bao wanted from you yet? Like, is it normal, whale, or is there a theme? And I thought you were talking to about a model. She wants a big mommy bow, like I was about to, not the bowberry. So like the lore outfit model is done for a while too. Oh, I mean, it's a good thing we ended up reaching out to another artist about a model with how many you'll be doing, starting the rigging. Who's rigging? Gonna be nice. Oh, is real good. Yeah, don't feel super great about going with someone other than you, but I don't know. It feels like an arms race sometimes with new models and more people waiting to be best mama and nano babies. Oh, don't worry about that. I'm sure Ma will be even better to be honest. His art is really clean and yummy. We'll have to wait to see. Like I said before, I feel like my models are too overrated. There's so many goods out there. We were very loyal to Nano when it came to our models, and this was during a time where they were significantly upgraded in the overall model art and rigging quality in their VTuber sphere, and more. People were going to Nano for models, taking up more of their time. Like I said before, I feel like my models are too overrated. There are so many goods out there. Nano, you're like the most desirable model artist out there. Look who's trying to commission you. It's like big brand. It's like big brands. It's just name, Not to discredit any of your work, because everything you work on is top of the line incredible, but when everyone is a Nanos baby, it feels less special to be one. If you make mistakes, if that makes sense, kind of been getting the same feeling from gamer subs lately too. Just another one. I think it's just I think it's just a difficult situation with everything we have ideas for. Our original plan was to work with you on a bunch of 2.0 outfits this year, but because of gamer subs projects, the possible game projects, your schedules, maybe I'm not sure what we're doing now, to be honest. I need like a week of nothing happening anywhere to catch up and organizing things. Of course, we can still do outfits if you have the time in between. It's not like we don't want to work with you. This is the first time I said anything about Nano's model being less special. If everyone had one, this was about supply and demand and perceived value in Nano's models. If they weren't as scarce, like I said above, this was not to discredit the quality of her work or her talents as an artist. I can understand if you all want to go for more stuff, considering he might be cheaper too. I'm pretty sure my work is experienced right now. Also, you can ask other artists to make outfit for the mall if my schedule is your concern. No, cost isn't a factor. We work with who we work with because we like them and we like their work. That's why we keep working with you. Excuse me. After the winter outfit, we were thinking pirate summer. Maybe bring the bikini back, Ghost Hawaiian and Angel for Christmas. But I don't know where a possible model would go because I wouldn't consider that 3.0. It'd be like a spin-off. Birthday maybe? What kind of design would it be? Thinking about something comfy gamer, alt girl, possibly with arcade skin toggles. Wait, could be Tashi. We had the idea, but we think it'd be best to invest in Cinder models and keep Tashi as a toggle, since Tashi is like only for a long time fans and not really part of the main brand. Oh, I see. Would be weird to go full Tashi model on Twitch VTuber Cinder because it's not Cinder, lol. Yeah, I guess. Also, potentially phasing out Toshi within the next year, but we'll see. It's on life support, to be honest. But yeah, would do something like E-Girl, Gamer, Arcade Skin. It is supposed to design as an angel outfit at some point, and Cinder really wants to a pirate outfit. And I think a ghost outfit would go hard with the fire theming, but planning all this next year will be nightmare with all the other projects. Gotta do what you gotta do, stay relevant. People say whatever they say, but raise the line too much. I still think you should be do 3.0 towards next fall, winter for 2025. Yep, and now it's expected. Ayo, just an idea. If we want it ready for late spring, early summer 2025, it would be an honor to keep being Cinder's mama. 2.0 outfit, and maybe we'll ride next year. But this needs to be planned after that. And you're only going to keep getting better at models, and we love you. It just sucks everyone wants a nano model. I mean, it's good because you make a lot of money and you got to eat, but sucks because it's not as special. I'm actually hard grinding cuz next year I might get my own house. We'll definitely do it for friends getting more settled. I might try to travel a bit and do more cool stuff. Also, since I'm booked till June so far, let me know whenever it's possible to confirm this new model. So I'll stop the models a bit for real. Which new model? Like the outfits for 3.0? 3.0 to 25. Okay. Oh, okay. I'll have to talk to Cinder and talk to again. Like I said, would be an honor to keep being Cinder's mama, but if she wants to go for, it is what it is. I won't take it personally or anything. Do you think you would still be available for art from now until June, or are you focusing on the models only? Can do art for sure. Okay. Besides gamer subs, I think there might be one big art project we have in mind, but need to talk to some people first, and of course the game, but the game, but probably wouldn't be able to contribute with how much would be needed with each artist. I don't know what the plan is with that yet. And I mean, there's always Cinder Dojin idea too. Dude, being so close to Cinder's plans makes me kind of scared of being content creator. Like, not just art, you know. I don't have the energy. It's 24/7. I don't have energy anymore. I love to see you do more content creator stuff, but beware, it might be easier to stay in the art world. Right? I'm kind of happy with my small fan base. I don't feel too pressured and I just do whatever I like to do. I don't mind telling you because we trust you and I like including you in our projects and we do take pride in calling you her artist. This is a big this is this is a big two. There's a lot of pressure constantly doing more new and exciting things and you get bigger and we had to learn that. And we had to learn that fast. Dude, you make me rethink about my current wait list. Huh? What? Huh? Why? You gotta buy a house. You and your husband need a house. I don't know. Cinder is just the best babe I got, to be honest. Buy a house, Nano. Buy a house. We're not living in the road, DW. Nano, how do you work in the jungle of Brazil? Here, we need to make a capybara, crocodile energy trap to run the PC dude. Is your Wi-Fi router a coconut? Is the bird from Rio there too? Okay, this right here, this right here is Red telling Nano that she wants to buy a house to buy a house. Just by talking about our plans to Nano, she said I was making her rethink her current wait list, calling Cinder the best baby I got, to be honest. Yes. Right right there. So Nano is doing this on her own. Red's not mentioning any exclusivity. Above, Red said to Nano, you and your husband need a house. Before I'm accused of not censoring that personal information and outing her, it's public on Nano's Twitter profile. Is her husband, he is also her manager. Ooh. Okay. Uh-huh. With hedgehog spikes. They do this dancing sessions every day is so loud. I mean, if you want to clear up your schedule for more work with us, I'm not going to stop you. Yeah, thinking on cleaning the most later ones. I don't know for sure right now, but I think you. But maybe you should keep Bao. Beg maybe, and that's all I'll say. Oh yeah, I really want to work with Bao. Denano said she was rethinking her wait list. I said I won't stop her if she wanted to make more time for us. She's responding, saying she was thinking about getting rid of the later ones. I thought Nano should keep Bao on her list because she was Cinder's friend, but I didn't want to take a solid stance on it if Nano was thinking about removing her herself. Nano said here she really wanted to work with Bao. Yep, it says it right there. Right there. Right there. Are you designing bows? Not sure. We didn't get into specifics yet, since it's planned for June. So, what on the list can you get rid of? Might have it like this. Okay, bow model. Okay. I'll just tell them my manager told me to get rid of some comms because I'm dying. So Mio gets the um. So let me get this straight. Nano is saying to Red that she is thinking of lying to her customers and her. Oh, dear God. What is wrong with this woman? Nano told Nano told me Bao's model was planned for June. Then 2 minutes after I asked her what she could get rid of, she showed me She removed Silvervale's and Cotton's model from their wait list. Then she said she was going to blame it on Mio, her manager and husband, because she's dying with. Oh! Holy sh! Oh! Holy sh! Oh! Nothing on here. Red has not mentioned anything about removing Cottontail or Silvervale. Nano did that all herself. These pictures are proof. Yo, you just grabbed Silvervale? I talked to Cinder just now about this, and she said she's absolutely would love to work with you more to help pay for your house. I mean, didn't you already start Silver on your stream though? Yeah, but I'll cancel any. Kind of feel more light and didn't even send the messages yet. What? Ruthless. I mean, regardless of how I feel about it, you should do what's best for yourself. We definitely want to commission you for more art you can do on stream too, like not just NDA models. I think we have a plan for how we can work with both you and models 2 and 3D models we're getting. Red is saying he will work around and he does not like the fact that Nano just canceled Cotton and Silver's model. Oh, especially Silver's, since Silver has evidently some personal beefs with Cinder. He doesn't want to make it worse, and Nano's making it worse. I didn't ask Nano to cancel anyone's models. She chose to cancel Cotton and Silver models herself, even though I was biased about Silvervales. I had nothing against Cotton back then, and didn't even say anything once to Nano about her. Yet she chose to cancel her model too. She said she was feeling more light, implying that she was dying with her commissions. I told her she should do what's best for herself. After Nano first showed me her new wait list, I told Cinder she canceled Silvervale's models. She was trying to buy a house and that we could give her more work to help her. She was excited to do as much as we could for Nano. Nano told me about Silver's model in July, but it was only canceled here in November. If I was the one who had Silver's model canceled, why did I tell her it was okay and then wait 4 months to force and manipulate Nano to cancel it? Why would Nano have been able to tell me no in July about Silvervale and then never again or about anyone else? She kind of did actually, but I'm gonna excited for it. Me and Cinder were like, she probably already asked Nano, "Are you planning to work on another model for her, or just or new?" I think she got upset about Cinder figure stealing her figure thunder. Dude, there's no way. I mean, Cinder's been blasting. She's got it all. Wait, did you tell her no? Silver's been kind of missing, I think, and not yet actually. I know it's Cinder's enemy, but still my client. I'm sorry. It's okay. Yeah, right here. He's saying it's okay. And Nano's saying it's her client. What in the world is going on? Here's Nano canceling the model with Silver in her DMs, blaming Mio and her workload. This screenshot is from Silver's document. Silver, I have to cancel a model commission. I'm sorry. My manager told me I had to cancel most commissions possible for healthy reasons. I've been working too hard and it's getting into me. I really apologize for the inconvenience. I was looking forward to it so much. I love your art so much, and I've been so excited for a new model from you. I understand, though. You have to prioritize your health and taking care of yourself. I hope your health improves and feel better. Make sure to get lots of rest and relaxation. Do you know if you would be able to do it next year at all? Don't feel pressured or anything. Anything, just ask. I'm sorry. It hurts me a lot to do. A lot too. I just wish I could work on everything. But I believe I can still go for your mall sometime next year. Yeah. That's okay. I know you have a ton on your plate and can't imagine how stressful it must be. Do you think you can still do gamer subs, Tub Art? Oh yeah, illustrations. She's lying to Silvervale's face. No, no wonder Silvervale got pissed at. Dear Lord, what is wrong with her?
Nano, you're digging yourself a grave. What is wrong with you? Here's my message to Silver 2 days before Red's conversation with Nano even happened on 11/5, 2023. This message was framed in Silver's document as me taunting her while Red and I were supposedly plotting against her, which is completely untrue. My message to her was genuine. The full context of my DMs with Silvervale are in her section of the document. Hey Silver, I just got your gamer sub stuff in the mail and it looks amazing. It's so cute that we both have Nano's art on our merch since she's both our model mama. I hope your flavor development is going well and can't wait to try it. They're sending me samples of mine soon. I reply I replied to Nano's tweet showing off mine and Silver's merch the night before Red had the conversation with her too. Got my art merch from Gamersubs. They ended absolutely beautiful. I'm so happy. I'm so glad I got to work on this with you. You made us both look amazing. I love you, Nano. As you read from the conversation above, Red didn't ask or make Nano cancel Silver's models. Image from Silver's document. I didn't think much of it at the time, but Cinder's messaged me. I didn't think it much at the time, but Cinder messaged me on Discord right before my model was canceled. She celebrated that we shared art despite the fact that at the same time she and Redacted were actively working to take the potential for more away. Oh boy. This is what Red told Nano in May about working with Silver. Now listen, I don't want you to think we're telling you not to work with her. Did she ask you? She kind of did, actually. Wait, did you tell her no? Silver's been kind of missing lately. Yep. Again. I know Cinder's enemy, but still my client. I'm sorry. It's okay. And here's Nano in her own public Discord server the very next day on November 18th saying she's healthier and less stressed after choosing to remove Silver and Cotton from her commission wait list. Had to take some action about my commission wait list, but I'm healthier and less stressed. Nice. Nano stream returns soon. But here's Nano's reaction on 426 to finding out about my message to Silver and the image of how it was portrayed in Silver's document. Nano would have known exactly what happened with Silver's model. My statement on Cinder and Redacted. Hello, I'm here to share something that was affected to me personally and hurt others. This was very hard for me, but I feel it necessary. Please do not send hate to anyone on my behalf. This is what I want to say. Literally cannot believe this. I didn't think much of it at the time, but Cinder messaged me on Discord right before my model was cancelled. She celebrated that we shared art despite the fact that at the same time she Redacted were actively working to take potential for more away. Hey Silver, I just get your gamer sub stuff in the mail. It looked amazing. It's so cute, and that we both have Nano's art and our merch since we both are model. Oh, Nano knew. There is no way on God's green earth that woman did not know. Silvervale cannot possibly know. Oh my gosh. No wonder Silver was pissed. Nano told 11/19/2023. Nano told Red that Geary approached her about a model. I chose to leave her name uncensored here because I mentioned her in my apology after finding out about it. And I was never even aware Nano was ever planning to work on a model for another one of my friends, Geary. Also, Geary contacted me for a possible model. She's browsing artists, so it's not confirmed yet. Like in the past day? Yesterday. No way. She's gonna want you for sure. Hold on, it's not like this. Not yet? Oh, another project I was talking about was maybe as big piece of WeebCon merch. Red talked about another project with Nano between these screens. Would it be evil to pay you a model price to not work on a summer model? I'm only half kidding. A bit, but Nano, house fund, business expenses. Feels kind of bad to rely on Cinder for that, though. You, you, you canceled it yourself.
I don't think we'll run out of work for you. Like, there's always just general artwork too. Silver can get a model from someone else. She has connections. You're right. This is business. World's world. I was halfway kidding when I told Nano, but paying for her not to work with Silver on a model because she had just canceled her model 2 days earlier. Nano then said I was right. This is business world. Reference to what I'd said about paying her not to work with Silver, which is the exact opposite to what mine and Cinder's later comments about business meant. Unrelated conversation continues again between screenshots. Well, let's see if Gary wants Nano model or not, and hope Silver finds someone else. And the next 7K I kind of want to save for rigging, though. My house can wait. Which model are you going to do next? My reaction towards Geary inquiring about a model had nothing to do with Geary at all. And I've never had anything against her. It was about more and more people wanting Nano's models in general, not anyone in particular. And this was right after Nano had just removed 2 models from her schedule. I never told Cinder about Geary because it never went anywhere and there was no reason to. I hope Silver would find someone else to do a model so she wouldn't come back to Nano for one. Unlike Cinder, by this point in time, I had already basically written off Silver because of the undeserved way she treated her. Jumping again, ahead again. By the way, since you got plans, do you my jumping ahead again. By the way, since you got plans, do you think it would be best for me to have Bow's model done sooner or around June is okay? I really don't know at the moment. We're working on the winter model now and finishing up the gamer subs art. Then the next thing might be the WeebCon thing. And if we get the okay for it, then we got to talk to gamer subs about Cinder's next production line. So there's plans for that right now. The Cinder did want to do 2.0 pirate bikini model for the summer, so I'll know when that'll be best to start so I can be done to rig in time in 2.0 model updates. And then the game project, which is still in the idea phase, so we can give you any work for that right now. And there is always just more artwork streamed for posting spicy art or maybe spicy comic. Maybe having it done sooner so whatever happens later I'll be open for it. Nano asked me when she should have Bao's model done. Nowhere did I say she should cancel it. Nano suggested she might get it done sooner than June. Yep, right there. True, we could start the 2.0 updates part design after the winter model is done, and then we can be off stream, and when we can do WeebCon art, be on stream, and also just finishing the flavor when the drink is finished. I still got the changes in my mind, so DW. I don't know if you saw, but we were talking about adding butt fangs to the winter butt fangs to the model and having the sweater flip up when Cinder moves. New model has have been. Oopsies. How did that happen? Gotta make the coochie. Oh, I forgot. We can also work on base 2.0 model updates. The winter one is done, like the updated Booba, Pyro Pup, etc. So every outfit going forward can have the new stuff. Of course, let me know all changes, and if there is a deadline for it, I'll be quite busy until mid-December because current projects I already started. After that, I'll be pretty open. Yay. Let's go, Nano on Team Cinder. Oh, by the way, even my I'm dedicated Cinder slave. I'll need to make Patreon content too. That's fine with us. We still want you to do your thing in your art. The world would be a dark place without nano art. And if we come for you for normal art, you can use not safe for work versions of that for Patreon too. This would mean the world to me. We are nano believers. I'm also working with U2s for Nanamono plushie. I'm so excited. Nano refers to herself as a dedicated Cinder slave after our conversation, which is something I never I never implied she'd be, or that I wanted her to only work with us. Someone I worked Someone I worked with asked me about how it was working with Nano since one of their friends was commissioning her a model. A few days after their message, I responded praising Nano. I have a good question. I'm good friends with the voice actor for, and she is about to commission Nanolist for VTuber Mall. Since this is the first time working together, Nanolist recommended they reach out an idea what it's like to work with them. Overall, what's sorry I missed this. I've been working with Nano since she first started making models, and she's the sweetest. She's so nice to work with. Red's messaged Nano about me and one of my model sisters. We didn't have a problem with sharing Nano as a model mama with anyone, and I've always supported them. This is my favorite artist. I don't know if you know her, but I love her. My favorite artist, Nanolist. I don't know if you heard of them, but they're pretty dope. Okay, so Nano knew that Cinder just shares. Nano voiced her concerns to Red about their previous conversations where she got the impression Red wanted her to only make models for me, and the confession around it is cleared up between them. The situation showed that Nano was capable of putting her foot down and making decisions for herself despite any accused manipulation. I didn't yet cuz said they could get one for me. By the way, we need to talk later. Oh, what's up, Nano? So it's about with Cinder, my friend. So it's about working with Cinder. My friend told me it's a bit unfair for me to stop other models, so do more for Cinder, which I agree with them. I'm a free artist and I should do whatever I want. So it's about working with Cinder. My friends told me it's a bit unfair for me to stop other models, so I do more for Cinder, which I agree with them. I'm a free artist and I should do whatever I want to do. I don't want to take sides on any drama situation. I still will always have a way to open slots for Cinder, but I won't be having her as my only customer. I agree. You're a free artist and you should do whatever you want. But I was under the impression that taking on more Cinder work is what you wanted to do. I didn't think it was like we were making you do that. Guess we got a misunderstanding on both sides. It's more about this. Oh, I see. I mean, what I said is still true about how we feel, but I wasn't saying you had only do Cinder work from now on. That's with anything, though, not just your work. If you have something special and then everyone wants and gets that thing, it makes it less special. I'm sorry you were under the impression we were trying to make you only do work for us. I will keep things more business talk and less emotional. Just let me know how this all will affect your schedule so I can tell Cinder after. Sorry for the stress, Nano. But every single model I do is unique and I make them special in their own way. It's not like I'm selling Cinder to everyone. Please don't feel that way. No, I know you pour your heart and soul into your models and they're all incredible. I'm sorry I made you both feel this way. N- Nano was not being manipulated one bit. The fact that she lied through her teeth to someone that she worked for years, who they made sure they made, who, oh my, this is pissing me off. I was confused because I never told Nano she should only be working with Cinder from now on, and I didn't ask her to cancel anything either. I stated I thought that the more she made, the less special they were, and talked about Cinder's plans. She then canceled two models. I thought it was because she wanted to do more with us. To be fair to Nano, I didn't explain my point of view about her models at all, but I didn't bring it up to somehow manipulate her. It came down to conflict of interest from client perspectives and her artist perspective. First of all, this way of thinking about the value in Nano's models was my thought process, and Cinder understood and went along with it. Not everyone will feel or see the way I did here, and that's okay because I don't think this is a right or wrong issue. It just comes down to what personal views, values as a VTuber artist or a viewer. This shows just how much we admire Nano and her work, that we were putting her on a pedestal. This had nothing to do with the idea that the people with her models would be Cinder clones, or that her work was this incredible because there was more of it. Tell me it was a matter of supply and demand. Just like a rare trading card, the more models Nano made, then the more often she would, the less valuable they became for the people who have them. Nano's models are all incredible quality, extremely unique. The highly sought after, but they're each individually be each individually be less special or valuable. If there were 100 of them rather than only 10, from VTuber's perspective, your visual identity is extremely important. A model isn't just any other asset. Your design, your model, your and it's your art style. A huge part of what makes them who they are and how they're represented and reorganized. It's an extension of yourself. The fewer VTubers with your model's art style, the more unique it is to have. They stand out more and become more a personal defining feature of and to that VTuber representing that artist. We all know at least one VTuber who has the only model from a certain artist or one of a handful of models from them. The more models the artist makes, the easier it is to get one. Will inherently lessen the perceived value of the VTuber's visual identity who have those models. I only thought this way over models because of the role and importance they play for a VTuber and the importance that Nano's art was to our brand. It was never about who was asking Nano for a model, just that more and more people were. More and more new model clients meant more recurring model clients, meaning less time for anything we want to do with Nano, which is why we considered an exclusivity deal in January 2025. My priority has always been our plans and our schedules. Everything a VTuber does revolves around new model debuts, merch, music events, and more are all planned around a new model or outfit as a centerpiece. That is why I always ask Nano about her schedule and where she could fit in our plans at this consistent pace we've always. That way we could keep up with the pressure to always do bigger and do things all around new models. On the other hand, as you'll read, I could also completely sympathize with Nana's perspective as an artist. In an artist's view, they want their art to be everywhere and seen by as many people as possible and have more people appreciate their craft, hard work, and love they put into what they do. More clients and more new opportunities to sustain themselves, new ideas and new concepts that come to keep and work exciting and prevent creative burning out from doing the same thing over and over again with the same older clients. When Nano told me how she felt, I was 100% on board with what she was saying, and I had no reason to argue against her, even if my priority has always been Cinder's projects. I also cared about and prioritized Nano as my friend and what she wanted to do for herself. I apologized to Nano for the confusion and accepted her decision without any pushback. When I said business is business in the messages, it was referring to the fact that Nano made a business decision and that was the best for her, even if it wasn't necessarily what I wanted, and I respected it. I didn't hold it against her, and I worked around it with her. It's okay now. You're making a living, making a name for yourself, and I can't blame you for accepting work from other big names in the industry and having your very desirable talent. If you end up filling your model schedule again, let me know. We'll have we'll we'll have to replan some things depending on that. Thank you for your understanding, my side. We all try to have our names somewhere. Just don't take this personally or anything. I just love working with you guys. And again, apologize for the trouble on your plans. I still revisit my list to see what I got. Business is business. If you want to go through the projects we'll talk about and let me know which ones you want to do. Oh, I'll just wait to hear from your model list and what you want to work on before we set anything else in stone. Of course, I'll be away today. I'll give you an update later. Is this about Silver's? Is this about Silver model? Is this about Silver's model, Nano? Yeah, I want to take it, but I don't want to disrespect Cinder. I want to take it, but I don't want to disrespect Cinder. I just want to do pretty models. No hurt feelings. Business is business. Nano, you're a freelance artist, and Silver's a longtime client, so it makes sense to continue doing work for her. I understand the logistics of it. At the end of the day, you need to do what's best for you. I really appreciate for understanding my side. I do understand your side too, but sadly, it's something between you two, not me. I shouldn't get involved in the fight. I just go Art Burr. Right, I know. I just didn't think our other conversation sounded like I was trying to make you not work with or model. Like Silver specifically. Maybe I just consider the situation too much, my mistake, or thinking that way. It's okay, but it's okay. But we are good for real. This feels like a weird breakup. I'm stressing. Me and you are good, but I still have to tell this to Cinder. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. I think she's still sleeping. Oh, good. Oh, good. Oh, God. Oh, God. It will be her first news. I'll let you know when I talk to her, DW. Please have mercy. I I will go over a list of things we talked to you about, and we'll have her write them out for you, and we can find time for things. If you if you don't still want to do the pirate outfit, we might not start any model projects until 3.0. But that's not the only thing we had in mind, like we were talking about. I might be able to consider it only I'll only take Silverback. Oh, I thought you were gonna take some. I thought you were gonna take everyone back. I still need to talk to them. Did you end up doing the gear models? Oh, not yet. She was just browsing. No worries. Business is business. I'll message you when I talk to her. Let her have breakfast first. Thanks for getting this out of the way. How Nano's now. Thanks for getting this out of the way now, Nano. Instead of waiting a while. I try to be transparent as much as possible. I think it's more fair for both sides this way. You didn't tell Silver you canceled because of Cinder, did you? No, I told them it was health issues. Once again, saying business is business here is telling Nano that no matter what her decision on Gear's model was, I would accept whatever outcome she chose. I didn't want to affect her decision about it, and Geary never came up between us again. I asked Nano if she told Silver she canceled her model because of Cinder, because before Nano was under the impression I asked her to only to work with us. When I did, when I didn't, she canceled Silver's model at the end of the same conversation. I didn't know what she might have told Silver, but Cinder had nothing to do with it. I would never blame anyone besides Mio. We never want to make you feel like we're making or forcing you to work or not work on anything, especially if it's something you want to do, and our conversations the other day wasn't meant to convince you of you doing only Cinder's work. Again, sorry that it sounded to you like I was telling you to only do Cinder work. I'll message you later. It's okay. We settled things up. I apologize to Nana for all this again. On both her and I were satisfied. Here are my own DMs with Nano about what happened, where I say it's just business. Red told me about his conversation with Nano before she messaged me, and my use of the phrase had the same meaning as his, since Nano just heard it from him. In my apology, I said, me saying it's just business, referring to my acceptance of Nano's business decisions. Whether she chose to work with me or not, this was not in reference to anyone's model being cancelled. Okay. Further explain, the next part can sound manipulative, but my intention was not to reminisce about the journey we had together up to that point, since at this time I wasn't sure if it was where Nano and I would stop working together as frequently as we had been, and I'd have to look for a new model artist, and then I encouraged her to work on projects she's excited about, while I talked with Red to find a project that would work with her schedule. Hey Cinder, I hope you're doing okay. I talked with Red, and I believe he talked to you already, and I thought it would be best if I just checked here personally. Actually, I wanted to know better your thoughts because Red tried to talk to me, and I think I misunderstood things. I'm doing good. What's up, Nano? Oh, it's mostly about this. I I thought on canceling some models because of it, but then I realized it's not really fair to me. I understand what it means. I understand what it means, but at the end of the day, it's just business. Of course, we love working with you and want to keep working together. But if you prefer working with other clients instead of me, I know it's for a reason, for you to help grow and not because you don't like me. Being one of the very first model babies was so amazing, and I was happy to be able to find someone to help you with L2D cutting to improve your skills. And I think that's part of why everyone loved the 1.0 model and then started asking you for them. I have read send you a lot of our plans for the future and estimated the dates. So let's just know what you actually want to work on. That way I have time for something else. If you don't have time for my projects or don't want to do them, it feels special to only have your model art for all my outfits. But just let me know if you don't have time for me to be exclusive Nano. If you don't have time for me to be an exclusive Nano art baby anymore. It's no personal reason. I would never do something like that to you or anyone. But yeah, it's important for my job to reach far, and I like working on different projects and people. I never ever said I didn't want to work with you anymore. I told Red that even though I have other works, I have other works. We'll always have a way to give you a priority spot when possible. You will always be a special baby. I also think it's important for you to work on projects that you are excited about. So I'll go through my plans with Red and send your ideas to see if it's possible with your schedule. I know he can be a little pushy sometimes, but it's because he's just doing business for me to grow, and he absolutely loves your work just as much as I do. It's okay. I will update you guys ASAP. Sounds good to me. When she came to me about what they've been talking about, Nano told me she thought and chose to cancel models because of what Red said. Red only expressed his opinion to her. He didn't ask or imply for her to cancel anything on anyone. And when she came to him about it, he understood and sympathized with her view. I understand what Red's reasoning was in the screenshot Nano sent, but no matter what she chose to do, it was just business since it has been completely ignored and my apology deceptively misinterpreted and turned into a meme. Let me explain again what I meant. It is just business. When I used that phrase myself, if Nano had chose to pause, delay, or cancel any planned future work with me for any reason, she would give me repeatedly assured Nano were due to other clients' burnout or any other reasons, and it was just business. Both Red and I repeatedly reassured Nano over the years that there was nothing she could do to make or choose to stop working with her, and nothing about our work together would ever make me rethink the friendship I had with her. Our feelings did not dictate Nano's business and commission decisions. We always made accommodations for her to be able to work with us when she could. Always she was always willing and excited to do things with us. If she had to come to us herself saying she didn't want to work with us ever again, then that was just business. Neither of our comments here were made trying to convince her to sabotage or cancel any projects for anyone else's use. Business to justify it. It's just business was used in this conversation about the situation alone to tell Nano we accepted what she wanted to do. I don't remember using the phrase anywhere else again, but it has been turned into the catchphrase I've allegedly had all along to sabotage people. If you were to present my conversation with Nano first, without any of the context of Red's discussion with her happening just before this, it could look like I was directly responding to Nano's message about canceling other people's models as just business. This is how it was presented in Nano's document. You'd also have to ignore everything else I said in the same message to Nano and everything else from the same conversation that was referenced to Red that also told Nano the day before when you have full context of the situation in the order it happened in my in my it's just business comment means something completely different than it was deceptively portrayed to the public as to the public. Yep. Yep. Mm-hmm. Nano told Red she, Nana told Red she was going to take Silver's model back 2 days later. She told him that Silver might have found another artist and was waiting for confirmation. Nano had plenty of time to tell Silver she'd take her model back if she wanted to. But never did. Nano and Silver blamed us for her model being canceled. Oh, Silver might have found another artist just waiting for confirmation. So far, I have only December full, but normal illustrations can be added. Also, if you guys want to schedule your stuff before I get new comms, let me know. Red. Okay, this happened in 23. Nana told Red she wouldn't be taking any commissions until February for a break. Red asked her when she'd be able to start. My winter outfit starting on screen. She told him mid January. Okay, this is about. Okay, not Red. I won't be able to take any commissions February. I'm taking December comes to January, so I can have some rest. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. Okay, to Nan. Okay, thank you, Nano. Do you know when you have to where you to do it? You'd be available for winter starring at art piece, and your earning pirate bikini outfit in spring. And when I did, will you be able to finish the flavor art for us? I can have winter art start in mid-January. Would love to do pirate fit flavor from I. Only waiting on the color. Red told Nano that in 2024. Second 16. Red told Nano that one of my future model sisters showed me her model Nano was working on. We were on an in real life trip to February 2024 when the new sister first told Red that I that I that they were working with her. We both were excited and for them and expressed how wonderful it was to work with Nano. Showed Cinder how her model was coming from what I hear, it looks really good. Ooh, I have them. I love them so much. I got hype when contacting me. They're super nice. Second, 17, 2024. Red moving projects around to accommodate Nano. We preferred all of my models' artwork to be done by her. Ray Durrell, I have bad news. I don't think I can make profile pics for merch, but I can't recommend people to make them. What about April? April's 100% doubled. Okay, we can do that. In case you want them early, we got the same people who made silvers. If we do the 2.0 artwork in April, she should be able to do them in maybe, probably. I think it's okay to wait since we gotta wait till it's already anyways. Oh, sounds good. Profile Rex is the biggest addition, so I'm pretty sure we're good. So, do we gotta wait on the pirate too, like a design? It's February, hopefully. After that, it'll be less busy. Okay, let me know. Let me know when your schedule will be free ASAP. Sorry for the inconvenience, Red. It is what it is. I just prefer you do all the model artwork. So if we have to get someone else to do your pirate design, let me know. Only if you need design before April. I guess we don't, since it'd be you and doing the model again. Messages I had with Nano showing I was happy for her about projects she was working on. Hi Nano, I really can't thank you enough for working on my special gamer subs card. I started crying when I saw the full finished art. You always make the most beautiful things, and thank you for dealing with Red. I'm sorry, things have been so crazy for me lately. I love you with all my heart. Cinder, thank you for the opportunity. I always pleasure to work with you and your project. Such a busy bean. You've been working so. Well, you've been working on so many cool projects lately too. I'm so happy for you. The art gonna be on my new profile when it's public here too. It's too cute. You've been working on so many cool projects lately. I'm too happy. I'm so happy you like it. I I also hope your move was okay. I know you gotta be so much work. We didn't move yet. Got a bit delayed. Every day is a good day. Is a good day to mauled. Oh no, I hope you can start moving soon. I know how long you've been wanting this. Sending good vibes to you always. Hopefully, still this month. I don't know, I'm kind of happy we're delaying this move because it's stressing, but I also want to move. I wish I could just leave all behind. I wish I could start fresh on all the models too. I feel that one step at a time. Nano told Red she was feeling burnt out and she said we delay my next model for when she was ready for it. We wanted Nano to be the one who made all my major models and outfits. We had no problem waiting for her like we had in the past. Red, do you think we can get someone else to make Angel Cinder? What happened? I'm having a small burnout feeling. I mean, we wouldn't get someone else to do it, we just delay it. but okay. We want you to be comfortable. No, I'll make it then. I'll make it. I'll make it then. No, we we can worry about the angel later when we have better time frame for it to start over the next couple months. Are you still able to do the 2-point outfit, bikini outfit? Oh no, I'm positive I'm fine for the summer outfit. Oh no, I'm positive for the summer outfit since there's not much going on in the arms. It won't be difficult to make the toggles. By the way, I still can't thank you enough for keeping me as Cinder's artist. Oh my. This is in 2024, in about mid-year. Red asked Nano about a merch artwork commission, giving her the opportunity before anyone else. Nano, how busy are you with comms commissions right now? Quite a bit. Okay, never mind. It was for Gamersub standees. Our first two artists couldn't do it, but I got another to ask. Oh, okay. What's the deadline though? ASAP, no deadline. I'm kind of scared to charge for this kind of commission again. If it's nothing too complicated, I can try. In case you already asked the other artist, I'm fine with waiting for its reply. I told the other artist I was waiting for the other artist, you, to reply. What? Redacted. When I sent you this, I brought up a possible project to the other artist, but waiting for the first artist to reply. That was you. And then you replied, and now we're talking. LOL. Anyways, he said, first artist, and it's me. Yeah, you. It's always you, but first artist is busy. I always get a way to have it done, usually. Okay, so anyway, this is a standy pose, more or less, but the tail gonna be like this. Double-sided, the other demon. The tail gonna wag. Yeah? Now, Nano, I don't want you to take this on if it's gonna delay the bikini outfit, but if not, then if you think you can do it, it's gotta be done ASAP. No set deadline. It's gotta be done ASAP. No set deadline, but still ASAP. Otherwise, I have another artist in mind, so it's okay. It's okay to say no this time. I might have to say no then. And I need a quote to give to G first. Well, okay, no worries. For the sake of the bikini. For the bikini. Thank you, Nano. I'll be back if the other artist says no. No problems. I'm so happy wappy for being asked. Okay. Just a reminder. It's available to start the bikini in the second half of June. Give me a toggle list. What? Okay, fine. Wise guy. I'll do that today, too, Mr. Toggle List. Okay, stop. The sticker scares me. Do you think if we did a Pyropup inflatable tube, it'd be too much like Lily? Like Lily don't want any only drama. I think it's a bit too close from the current drama. True, that's what I was thinking. Although this wouldn't debut until August, but still, in terms of new toggles, that's the only idea we could think of. We could do like that gotcha game. We left out a Pyropup floaty toggle from Cinder's bikini model to not copy Lily's, which had debuted earlier in the year. My own message with Nano, where I helped her with the auto question. I was always willing to help Nano or any of my friends when I was asking for advice. Cinder, can I can I ask you what do you use for mic audio in general? I struggle with the audio so much. Of course, I have a Shure SM78 mic and a Wave XR interface for it, and some filters to make it sound better live and get rid of background noise. Thank you. I will check those. Always happy to help. Now I told Red that she may be looking to focus on more projects with me because she was getting fewer commissions and would be taking less too. We were her most loyal repeated client. See if you can find it. I'm trying to find. Oh, you got it. Would you keep Demon on the art shelf? Coming soon. Now, Mama, it's like I'm on TV, Mom. Oh, Yes, I want one soon. There's also something else we're doing with this, but can't tell you yet. Y'all just keep cooking. Also, I'm getting less commissions. I was thinking in maybe stay more on Cinder's work. Let's fucking go. I told you like a year ago we'll keep giving you work if you want it. I know, but you were for real. I'm like preparing myself to give full-time love to 3.0. No more nanocoms or just taking on less so you can do more streaming. Taking less. I would never say no for a good offer. Okay, just let me know what you're able to take on when the Heaven Hound outfit and 3.0 are the only things we have scheduled. But we can give you general art, safe for work art, merch, gamer subs, and more model designs and outfits if you want them. Just let me know whatever you guys want me. You know I always get get away to work on. Yeah. And art to go with for starting screen only if you have time. Yee, this is thank you. No, thank you. You make the prettiest art. Thank you for continuing to work with us. Hold on. Okay, this is in late 2024. Nano delivered a project to Red and a collab with her comes up again. Thank you and Cinder keeping me. We're going to work on big things. I'm excited. And when are you and Cinder collabing? I'm getting back to streaming. Hopefully, I'll be ready soon. I remember that collab. Well, at any. Okay, this is in late 2024 as well. Well, at Anime Expo, Red and I made sure we were there to see Nano at her first ever meet and greet. Thank you for stopping by. Sorry I said your name. It's okay. Don't worry. I hope you had fun meeting everyone. It was fun. One of my friends messaged 20. This is in late 2024 again. Messaged me about asking working with Nano. I never dissuaded anybody from working with Nano or said anything bad about her. I want to ask you about how you like having Nano as a mama. I was considering applying for the comms since they rigged a lot of models I loved. Uh, sure, I mean Nano is absolutely fantastic to work with, and she does live 2D art, not rigging, but every model of mine, minus chibis, were drawn by her. Red asked Nano if she knew when Bao's model was going to debut so we could plan our schedule around it like we've done in the past with other people she worked with. It was the end of July and he thought her model was already finished. The last time Nano had mentioned it to him was in November, and she told him she planned to have it done in June. We saw the design at WeebCon and merch when Bao showed us. Thank you, Nano. Thank you, Nano. I know she asked for anything. I wanted to ask if you knew around when Bao's were planning to debut her model for you. She planned for Valentine's. Thanks. Just want to check on your schedule for the Angel model. Maybe Angel starting screen art and 3.0 model. Do you have any ideas for 3.0 release? At the earliest April of next year. Probably May, June. Angel will be late November or December this year. Dates are good. Dates are good then. Do you know when you're starting to Angel art? Art. Probably right after model is done. Oh, no, I meant model, like the art of the model. Angel Cinder is booked for start in October. Anything cool you're working on lately? Flavor art and model art starting this week. Red, Cinder's angel model was booked for October. I was so excited for what I thought was a model she was making for someone else. No, 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 no. Model not for. Oh. Nano, could you give me update PNGs of those with all the fixes you done? It's no rush. Okay, I might not take comms from them. I feel like I want to be more into VTubing. No one cool applied? But yeah, I think you should do this, especially in Brazil, where there is a big market. Anyway, always here to help advice. Got a few cool ones, but I guess I want to move on from. But I guess I want to move on with my own brand, but I'll work with Sinner until she dumps me. Do you have any tips on popping the bubble? Red. Nano told me she didn't want to take anyone from her public commission form so she could do more streaming herself, saying she wanted to move on with her own brand and work with Cinder until she chose not to anymore. I encouraged her and offered my help. Red. Yeah, I actually wanted to talk to you about that. Am I fired? Nah, I'm just kidding. Don't play with my emotions. Not yet. Anyone you can share? Also, what do you mean, LOL? The ones I'm interested in are, but I'll think a little bit later. Ah, like what would make a small community get people's eyes? Ah, like what would make small community get oh nice. There wasn't bigger names that applied. Like you mean what it takes for a small VTuber to get on big eyes on her? Ah, like you mean it takes for a small VTuber to get lots of eyes on them? That's a kind of specialty. I did that pretty. Got friends that are studying the breakfast market and planning things for our future. Maybe. Well, the adventures you have is that have a brand, a small known art style, and have lots for kids to prompt you, and you don't have a small following. Well, that change that. Well, the advantage you have is that you have a brand and you have a well-known art style and you have lots of kids to promote you, and you don't have a small following. The challenge is that you can't really speak on the Brazilian market since I'm completely outside the demographic. But a good VTuber debut and advertising plan should work regardless of location. That's for sure. Advertising is really huge. What I can say is that as long as you're still drawing for Cinder, I don't mind helping you as advocate plans and stuff. Mio messaged me asking for some guidance and said he wants to help you more too if he can. So cute. But like I said, I'll work with Cinder until she dumps me. Until she dumps me, you'll be working forever. You're my 80-year-old doing the 40th model. Nah, it'd probably be like 150th model by then. No, it'd probably be like 150 model by then. I'm doomed. I love it. Honestly, I would cancel my next models if I didn't feel already committed to them. How many models do you have in the works? Got three. They are people I'm interested, so I don't want to cancel them. I just gotta recover from cold and get shit done. Is one of those the Angel model? No, but DW is very well calculated. By the way, Angel model it will be a skin on 2.0. Yeah, the last 2.0 outfit. Then we can do 3.0, which will hit harder if you have less babies. How many new models have you done that haven't debuted yet? Nano brings up the idea of canceling models first after expressing she wanted to do her own thing, and that she honestly would if she didn't feel committed to them. Oh, there's like four models. Seems to debut around October. I have no idea for the other ones. Is that Bow 2? Didn't start Bow yet. So four models that haven't debuted, and three you still need to do, not including. Yeah, I swear those are my last models for a while. Okay, we'll find a new. Okay, we'll find a new mama. I'll kill myself in front of center. I asked about Bao being one of the finished models that hadn't debuted yet because I was under the impression Bao was already done. Nano told me her model wasn't even started. Me saying to her that we'll find a new mama for being busy was a joke, like earlier in the conversation when I joked about firing her. Do you have a time frame that you want to start doing your own thing or just okay. Do you have a time frame that you want to start doing your thing, or just as soon as you don't have model work? And what do you want to do on stream? I think it would be as soon as I don't have model work, but if it would take quite the time, actually, I was thinking of doing a proper debut for the model. Just tell the chat to pretend they never saw the Meryl before. You could just not use the model. model for a long time, then come back and pretend it's new. Then, after the reveal, you can be like, this is the same model. Do you think Bao would kill me if I cancel with her? Do you think Bao would kill me if I cancel with her? No, but she'd be guilt trip you 100%. But if that's best for you, then I think you should. I'm very guiltable. I mean, the sooner you don't have model work, you can work on your own debut. I stream stuff, and Cinder and I can help you out. So I'm not telling you to cancel her model, but it sounds like that'd be best for you if you want to do. Yeah, I'm thinking about it. Is Bow the last three you still have to do? Yep. Two, which I'm considering canceling. The other one I can't cancel because said I seeded to start right now, but I think I'll keep her. Settled to start right now? Oh, you mean start the model now? Yep. Was it supposed to be further in the future? And they waited it, waited it sooner? Out of nowhere, Nano asked me, do you think Bao would kill me if I cancel with her? She was already considering canceling it on her own. This was a huge difference from how she felt about Bao's model November. Last November. Oh yeah, I really want to work with Bao. I told Nano I thought she should do what was best for her. That less model work meant she could do what she wanted to sooner, and we'd help her with streaming from my own experience with Bao. I thought she could be whiny and pushy when things didn't go her way, so I thought she'd complain and guilt trip Nano. I was being honest with my friend about another friend. I never asked her to cancel Bao's model or any other models. Nano told me she had already thinking about it, plus canceling another VTuber's model, so this wasn't just Bao. Nano could have said anyone's model, and I still would have said the same thing. If that's what she wanted, it was best for her, and in her doing so, I agreed with how I thought about more nano models. So she told me Bao's model hadn't been even started. Either I assumed all that was done must have been the design, as I was closer to Nano than I was with Bao. Than I was to Bao. So I was supporting Nano with what she wanted to do, or over telling her to keep any project. She was already considering canceling. Not of the She was already considering canceling. None of this context was shown in Nano Bao's documents. Was it supposed to be further in the future, and they wanted it sooner? No, no. I see. Well, the Angel Mall in Art is the last big project we're doing for this year. So after we get help you out with get so right after we can help you out with getting you started, right before anything 3.0, I hope I can help you and Mio with tech and OBS and stuff too. Thank you. It'll be better mom and I'll be a better mom to Cinder, I swear. Nano, you're fine. The only other person we consider a mall is from, and he's swamped with everyone in the world wanting to work. So you're stuck with us. You and if you're eventually as busy between Cinder models and outfits, we'd love to just pay you for art that you can do on stream. If that's something you want to stream. 8. Okay, this is in late 2020, late 24. Nano was involved in drama with the Live 2D rigger. I thought it was important to bring up how Nano reacted and responded to the situation. Nano made a public call-out post about the Live 2D rigger she's worked with in the past after seeing someone else post about them. I fucking hate this because this should be the original chest, and he modeled it without my knowledge. I clearly state that I offer free fixing for the rigger until the model is done and good. Necklace template needs some work. Nano admitted she never communicated with the person she publicly called out. There was no communication between me and, but surely this is not minor visual difference. Nano said she could stand up to clients and then refuse to work with them if they were having their models rigged in by this person. Yeah, I learned to stand up and tell clients that I won't work with them if the rigor is X. It's kind of douchey, but I feel like it's needed. Here are Red's DMs with Nano. The day this happened, he talked to Nano about two models she made and showed her support over the drama. Nano had no problems with gossiping with Red. I'm guessing with Nano model soon. Oh, did she announce something? Oh, no, but is working on an art of her that Alpha Stream gossiping did for the next couple of months, maybe a lot sooner. And yes, true. I've been waiting for so long, I just thought she hated it. Is that the one out of the last few debuts you're waiting on? No? No one can hate a Nanolist original. Yep, I might know someone now. What? No. No way. I effing hate this Nanolist. Removed herself from tagging direct conversations and using emotional language to attack and rather rally rather than actually caring about fixing the art I've provided instructions for 7 months, but the focus seems to have shifted away from. I don't even know what the WTF he wants from me at this point. I wouldn't care. Leave it be. He probably wants to publicly forgive him so his image stops burning. Yeah, his small peepee ego is too hurt. Shouldn't be cooning people out of money for reskinned rig. Shouldn't be. Oh. I'm so tired of him in so many ways, but yeah, I made the message. I wanted to share people. I don't care about anything else. Hell yeah, Nina Arc. This was just now. Thank you for giving my art life, and it's looking so good. Oh man, should be cutting people out of money. Okay. Oh, I already read that. If I'm burnt down as an artist right now, I guess I'll go for stream. Good idea. Yeah, he's stupid. Wanted to apologize. Case is dirty. Me names constantly sinners. It won't trust me. Thank you for the mental support. I got your back. He deleted that. WTF? Wow. Must have been getting backlash. When someone calls you out for your BS, you don't deserve an apology no matter how much you whine about it on Twitter. I'm kind of scared, but I think I did the right thing. I'm kind of scared, but I had to say something like was going for years. Oh yeah, working on a new model with. Yeah, it's done. It's done on my side. The rigging looks really nice so far. I saved the clip difference for it. Nice, not gonna lie. Keeps thinking about Cinder's report. This time it's typed. Some of my messages here aged really. Some of my messages here aged really well. As stated in the Rigger's now deleted tweet, Nano removed herself from direct conversation and used emotional language to attack and rally rather than actual caring and about fixing the problem. Red asked Nano if she decided to cancel any model projects like they had talked about before. He did not name anyone. Hey Nano, do you know if you're able to start the Heaven Hound outfit early or not? I also just wondering if you decide to cancel any other projects. Yeah, checked with the other clients and can't delay them. Didn't cancel anything yet, actually. Give me another minute. Need some more things for the summer model. She said she uh, add tones to the PSD for you. Cinder also wanted me to ask you have time for new dance animation to the summer model. We asked too and waiting for you to see what you say. We'll do what kind of dancing? The reason why I followed up and asked Nano if she had canceled anything was because it could be possible affect our project's schedule with her. Nano said she didn't cancel any project yet. She didn't tell me she decided not to cancel anything at all. Then said she told me to give her a moment about it. She told me previously there were at least two models she was considering canceling. There were there were unrelated messages about my own project. They were talking about screenshots. These screenshots. Aang Cinder can make some crazy mashups with that. Sure. No problem. Okay, they're talking about the dancing. You're replying right now. It's giving me. I bumped into Nano again about 6 hours later, and she said someone was replying to her now. In fact, it's I can't. Okay, it's not you, Nano. I'm just between like 220 projects and real life things right now. I'll give you a list when talk to Cinder. Let me go do that. It's okay. I know you live, just live in a rush. Did you cancel models? I did not. Another 20 minute later is when I say to now, did you cancel models? It was all caps because of the previous message I sent the fact. I still hadn't heard anything from her. Had she said she didn't, and I said her arc of doing what she wanted to do would be delayed for in the future, joking with her like I always had. I'm scared to cancel a bow. You shouldn't be. She has so many connections. She'll find someone super fast. Did you already design her outfit? I remember her showing it to us at WeebCon. Yeah, I can give her the design for free as an apology gift. Don't sell yourself short. I think she'd be fine with taking the design and finding someone else. I wouldn't offer her it for free, maybe half price if she starts shit. Yeah, you're right. I'll take her today. I'll talk to her today. I also closed the mall inquiry. Nano brought up Bao again, saying she's scared to cancel with her. She didn't say she chose not to cancel any of her projects or that she didn't want to cancel Bao anymore, only that she was scared to do it, which explained why she hadn't canceled anything yet. I was not the one to bring up Bao again, and I didn't specify anyone we previously talked about. I reassured Nano about it, and I told her the thought that she should be able to at least at least someone paid for the designs she made and the work she put into it. My thought that Bao couldn't possibly start shit over this was the same as I said before, where I thought she'd complain or guilt trip Nano over it. Nano agreed with me, then said she regretted opening her other model applications in the first place. All of the lead ups to this conversation was left out of Nano and Bao's documents. Yep, yep. They are missing. Where's, they did leave them out. Uh, oh my goodness. Now I was able to start the Angel model right after summer fixes and dances. Yay! Later that night, Red told me that Nana was going to cancel Bao's model because she wanted to stream more and focus on her own VTubing career. He said we would help her out and that Nana was able to start on my Havenhound model early now. I felt bad for Bao because I saw how excited she was about the design. She showed us in person, but I was under the impression that was what Nana wanted. She was my friend too, and I wasn't going to pressure her to do something she didn't want to do. I didn't see Red's messages, and I only knew what he told me. If I really wanted Nano to cancel Bao's model for some malicious reason, I knew I could make her do it through some kind of manipulation. Why would I have waited 8 months after I first found out about it in November of 2023 and told Nano she shouldn't? Why did I wait 4 months after WeebCon in March 2024 when Bao showed it to us? Why, when I thought Bao's model was already finished in June, like she told me it was planned for? Would I have gone out of my way to make Nano cancel it now? Although I was closer with Nano, Bao was still a friend, and I didn't have any problems with her back then. My opinion of how she could respond to Nano canceling her project doesn't change. That Nano has worked with multiple friends of ours in the past, and it wasn't a problem, including Bao in this situation. I was supporting what Nano would expressed to me she wanted to do herself, and as a friend reassured her that it would be okay. This wasn't for Nano to have more time for us. Instead of anything, she had planned the only projects we had upcoming with Nano. At the time, at the time was Cinder's Angel model and starting screen art, which were content with being started in October. Like Nano told me before, it was only after all that Nano told me she could start either, which affected our project timeline. That's why I asked if she had decided to cancel anything, but I didn't expect her to move our project up. 8/6/2024. Red's message to a conversation with Bell. Hold on. How much more of this? Okay. Red's message to Nano. Actual conversation with Bao went. Hey Nano, checking on the arms stuff. What time is it? 11:10:22. Hey Nano, checking on the arm stuff. But we expressed Uncle Express. Let me know. I'm finishing arms right now. I will talk to Bao right now. Right now too. She replied to my I post. I got a bit. I'll wait a bit. Maybe forever after this. Thank you. She won't hate you forever, just for the next few days. But if she still has designs, I don't think it's a big deal. Nano said she was scared to talk to Bao, so being her friend, I asked how it went. If Bao's design was done and the model wasn't even started, like Bao told me it wasn't, then I don't didn't think it was a problem. If Bao could just take design to another model artist, hypothetically, I thought there still would have been time to hit her planned Valentine's debut window. Nano told me about. Okay, it's sent. I'm here for emotional support. The whole situation was wrong. Okay, it's sent. I'm here for emotional. Thank you. My soul hurts. The whole situation was wrong of us both. Nano shouldn't have asked me about what she wanted to do with our other commissions. I shouldn't have weighed in on what I thought. I'm sorry to Bow for my actions, and this is what happened after all. And that this happened at all. It was It was after this when Bao messaged our group chat that our friend saying Nano dropped her as a client. I felt guilty knowing about this before Bao had told us. I didn't know what to say, so I didn't say anything. I was the one who was known to always work with Nano, but if this was her decision, I didn't want to get involved. I should have been a better friend to Bao and at least tried doing something for her, but I didn't. Small, Nano had to drop me as a client because her work schedule is too hectic. After I posted on 4/27/25, I tweeted talking about her model being canceled last August, asking how I didn't know about it. It was standalone tweet, not as a reply. My apology and not quoting it. How can you say you didn't know? I showed you both. I showed you both my base model sketch from Nano and WeebCon. We walked on stage and performed together. You were in the group chat. We shared my sadness over Nat. I remember this. Suddenly canceling my model after we were close to begin live 2D and rigging, and now you find out the day before I share my sadness. This is a conversation what happened to ruin my months of debut prep, planning, merch preparation. If you want to apologize to me, please do it properly and stop hiding behind red. Oh, yeah. I was aware that in the instance Bao's model was cancelled, and before she said anything, I haven't claimed otherwise anywhere, and I didn't say anything about it in my apology. I was not aware of Red giving Bao's name to Nano in his exclusive negotiations. This is what I said. Regardless of exclusivity deals between them, I had no point part in the direct negotiations of their eventual agreement. I had no knowledge of Bao and Cotton being included in this list. If I had known my friends were included, I would have said something to put a stop to it. After Bao posted, I had messaged the one friend that can message to her since she had already unfriended me, and I had no way to contact her. Red and I had a falling out the night the documents dropped, and we didn't live together anymore either. So I had no way to access his DMs myself to go back to see everything he was saying and doing to make sure it was right. All I had to go off was what Red told me in August about this. What was posted in Nano and Bao's documents and Bao's new tweet, my apology. I didn't know if she ever got this message and she ever reached out to talk. I told a friend and I didn't know the model was canceled because Red's conversation with Nano, and not that I didn't know it was canceled at all. It's about Sweet. I had no way of contacting her, so if I could please have her reach out for us to talk, it would mean a lot. I didn't know her model was canceled due to Red's conversation with Nano. I know it's hard to believe I wasn't informed on every conversation he was having, but he had a lot of control over comms without consent approval because I trust him. We don't live together for me to make sure everything was right. And I'm sorry to you and all the girls. Let me ask her if it's all right for me to pass a message forward, and and if so, I'll copy paste the direct that. All right. I'm trying to collect myself. Red and I aren't speaking right now, and I'm quite upset with everything. Bao's tweet, she said that before her model was canceled in August 2024, they were so close to being live in 2D rigging. In Bao's tweet, she said that before her model was canceled in August 2024, they were so close to begin live 2D and rigging. Performed together, you were in the group chat where I shared my sadness over Nano suddenly canceling my mall after we were so close to begin live 2D and rigging, and to to now find out that just the day before and in Nano's document it said that Red asked me to cancel on in one of the closest friends, Bao by Bao by asking me to cancel my work mid progress, followed by saying Red contacted me specifically to check on me canceling the model I planned with Bao, neither of which were actually shown or true. Red asked a little over a week before Bao's model was canceled. Nano told Red that Bao's model hadn't been started, and as you've seen, Red never asked Nano to cancel Bao's model. How could it have been canceled mid progress and closed to begin rigged if it wasn't started? And if it was so close to rigging, why would Nano have even considered canceling it if it instead of just finishing it? I think Bao would have said if her model was canceled mid progress in her message to me and our friends if it was, instead of she just dropped as a client. Nano had to drop me as a client because her work schedule too hectic. In Bao's document, she said there was suddenly back and forth on whether or not Nano had physical and mental capacity to continue her model. Life finished both the design and base. There was suddenly back and forth. Okay, which lines was up with Nano and said to Red, and how Nano repeatedly overbooked herself, but was never shown anywhere. Okay, I think I might not take any. Okay, I'm doomed. Okay. Bao was saying there was a back and forth and also could imply that Nano already approached her saying she may not continue her model before August 5th. And Red messaged Nano. Also, Red didn't contact Nano to specifically check on Nano canceling Bao's model, like was claimed. He messaged her to see if she decided to cancel any other projects. She expressed interest in canceling Nano previously. Yeah, read that before. Another conversation between Red and Nano to show how Nano was treated trying to plan my collab with her, and Red complimenting at art, complimenting art Nano did for someone else. Yep. Different day, please. Okay. Finish the art. Let's read. Let me see. Good lord, the cooking. Thank you. Okay, yeah. After a year of Red and our encouraging Nano to come on my stream, we finally had our first collab together. It was on her birthday by Mio's suggestion to Red. What's your favorite model I've drawn? Cinder does a Q&A with her model artist Nanolis. Thank you, Nano. I had so much fun yapping. Thank you. It was so much fun. Oh no. Get get lots of rest. Red, good morning. We were watching with some VODs from Cinder. She said she wanted to collab with Nano. Yeah, whenever Nano is ready to. I was actually thinking on making a surprise for Nano, if that would be okay with Cinder. She wouldn't be opposed, but she wouldn't want it to because she didn't feel comfortable doing that yet. So a surprise is the best way to go. Okay, so this is them talking. Okay, about Nano's birthday. We could do a birthday. Do you want to do on her birthday, the 28th, right? Yep. My DMs with Nano after she was on my stream celebrating another one of her models debuting and her message around my birthday. I'm alive and I slept for 9 hours. Want to thank you again for taking my on stream reasons. That makes me so happy. Anytime you want to play games, or I'll always be free for you. We wanted to show you this. Finally, another baby. I I thought she hated it and just discarded it. I don't think anyone could ever dislike your work. Cinder, happy birthday. Thank you, Nano. Don't be. I was able to hang out with you earlier and it felt like the best gift ever. Nano told Red she was up to take on more work following by another instance that shows how Nano was treated. Okay, yep, this think it redacted to have consider art on labels have for them. Hold on. Oh no, this examples, okay. Okay. Alright. Um I don't think I can it's getting late. I've been streaming for almost 5 hours. Let me go ahead and take a picture of where I'm at. Alright. I'm gonna end this stream here. Um I am beyond tired. I've been streaming for close to 4.5 hours, and with as much context that I've been reading and getting, I don't get why Nano why Nano would lie like this. Red and Cinder both treated her well. They worked around her schedule. I just don't get it. I do not get why she would lie and why Lily would lie, but of course that's going to come in a later date. There was so much. Oh my gosh, there was so much. There was so much. Alright, anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and end this stream. Anyway, I'll I'll go ahead and continue this tomorrow, and hopefully I can finish this up tomorrow. But I can't stay awake, and plus my throat is starting to hurt from talking so much. Anyway, I'll catch you guys all later. I'll I'll post what I want to do tomorrow. Later.